The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 11, 2025, and the time is 9:11 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. To my left this night is Ms. Ledoux. Our panel is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. With the staff here, please introduce yourself for the record. Taylor Cavalier. Today, our remote location is Hunt Correctional Center. With the staff at Hunt, please introduce themselves for the record.
Assistant Warden Jason Russ.
Kristen LeBlanc, classification.
Ashley Bradley, classification.
Joe Butcher's classification.
Thank y'all. And we have a Mr. McClinton here. Would you give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Larry Joseph McClinton, 315102.
All right, I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. We're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause yourself to be incarcerated and why you should be released. We're going to have the warden give us some input about your behavior there. We're going to allow public comments from 3 supporters and also 3 in opposition. We're going to have the district attorney give us a statement, and we'll conduct an interview, and then your attorney or you will speak last. So today we have for parole consideration Larry McClinton, DOC number 315102, who is a multiple first offender who was convicted of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and manslaughter on August 13th, 92 and January 27th, 94, and sentenced to serve life in prison and 30 years plus 30 years in Rapides and Grant parishes. You have a parole eligibility date of September 3rd, 2018, a good time date, not eligible because of the crime, and your full term date is life. Does that sound correct, Mr. McClinton?
Yes, sir, it does.
Right. So give us your explanation of the story, what you did to get yourself in jail and what you did to get yourself to a position where you think we should release you early.
First, good morning, sir. I appreciate you guys for giving me another opportunity to better myself to come before this board for release. Sir, you stated it correctly. I'm here before you for killing 2 people and injuring another person. So first, I would like to say to the families of the victims, I apologize. This is my 3rd trip on the board, but it doesn't make it any easier to revisit that part of my life. So I really want them to know that I apologize. You know, we can't reach out to them. So in 1992, in April, in August, I was convicted for first-degree murder. In that particular case, I went with a friend to a woman's house. We usually get her to purchase alcohol or whatever for us. And he got into an argument with her. He ended up leaving out. I continued the argument. I had a 25 automatic pistol, and I brandished the weapon. And not only did I brandish the weapon, sir, but I fired it. The result was the death of Angela Harding. At the same time, they had a partition, a separation in there, and her mother was coming in. And I was startled, and I fired again. This time, the bullet entered around the jaw area, exiting around the neck, and she was injured. But not only physically injured, you know, she had lost her daughter, and I was the cause of that, sir. I was still in high school at the time. You know, the crime wasn't discovered. No one knew it was me. And I tried to escape from it. After high school, I went to the Marine Corps, and I went through a few psychological evaluations, just still running away. I admitted to a supervisory officer. I was taken off Fleet Marine Force, put into the reserves. I came back, but there was nothing actually done. So in 92, I'm going to a party. Basically, I resorted back to the same thing. I went to a party. There was a dispute about which way we were going. And I had become accustomed now, just like in the first one, to have this was another small caliber pistol. It was a 22. And, you know, brandishing it, you know, made me feel like I was just invincible. You have to do what I say do. And the result of that argument was I fired to the side, it entered into the neck area and exited out the head area, and it caused death. Completely responsible. I apologize. It's again, I'm before you for that. You asked, why should I be released?
Yeah.
Sir, I know I can never bring back the crimes that was committed. The only thing that I can actually do is take the opportunity to not only better myself, but better those around me. I've run into a lot of people in my same predicament, a lot of guys in my same condition. And it's a mind state. It's trying to get away. It's trying to put yourself in a position where you don't have to be accountable, where you don't have to be responsible. But in this world that I'm trying to get back to, that's what's required. What I built myself around during the 33 years that I've been incarcerated, sir, is education. I've been a lead tutor at 3 institutions that the state have, helping guys attain their high set. I've also dug deep into my religious faith. Here at Hunts, I'm presently the prayer leader. We call that an imam in the Islamic community. So I lead our Friday afternoon prayers, and I lead all our educational classes, our Talim classes. And I'm also the assistant coordinator for the transition program, sir. And our transition program deals with cognitive behavior therapy, as well as RDAP, our residential drug abuse program. And I actually live in the dorm with the participants that we help. And I see myself in a lot of the guys that, you know, try to get over, guys that try to justify, guys that try to blame, guys that's, you know, try to use denial as a key. And I utilize my own experiences to try to help these guys to give them a better understanding of exactly what we're doing. My parents used to always tell me, I see what you're doing. And I always thought that they couldn't possibly know what I'm doing. And I see that in the same guys, the participants that I deal with, you know, just thinking that so I always use myself as an example. So I want to bring this here to society. I've been working with a lot of transition facilities, a lot of people out there that's formerly incarcerated, that's out there doing great things. A lot of opportunities have opened up for guys that's been formerly incarcerated, and I want to get out there and help with that push, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your input.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have anything you can tell us about his behavior and his violations?
Yes, sir. He hasn't had a disciplinary report since 2020. He does reside in our transition program as a mentor. He's a minimal level trustee here at Hunt. He has completed our anger management courses, substance abuse courses, although he doesn't get the CTRP credits due to the nature of his crimes. So he's done, you know, basically everything that we've asked him to do here at Hunt. He does have a low title risk score. And he has several certificates in his packet that y'all should have copies of from his educational achievements.
Thank you very much for that input. We also have in support several people. We have, I'm going to start out with the people who are not going to speak. I'm going to list them first. Joe and Kara Zander, they're friends and in support on Zoom. not speaking. We have Monica Sylvester, a friend who's in support, not speaking on Zoom. Barbara Holland, an aunt who's in support, not speaking on Zoom. Mo Moore, a friend who's in support on Zoom, not speaking. Zabedi Apis, a friend who's in support on Zoom, not speaking. Nathan Spears, stepfather, who's in support, not speaking, and at Hunt Correctional Center. And we have Miss Betty Spears, your mother, who's in support at Hunt and speaking. And we'll go ahead and start with Miss Betty first.
You can stay seated. They can hear you.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. My name is Betty Spears, and I am Larry McClinton's mother, Mom, as he calls me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to begin by acknowledging the victims and their families. I think about them every day. I pray for their healing, and I know that nothing I say can take away their pain. Larry understands this as well. For many years, he has expressed genuine regrets to his crimes. Larry was a very gifted child. He did very well academically, so well that his first grade teacher had me to come to school so she could talk to me about skipping him from the first grade to the third grade. But I thought about it and everything, and I said no, because I didn't want to push him too quickly, and because I did not know how to properly nurture and support a gifted child. I did the best I could, but I now realize I lack the tools to enrich a child with his position, his possibilities. I began a mother at a very young age. I had my first child at 14, and I did not finish high school at that time. I worked hard to support my children, and by my early 20s, I returned to school to earn my high school diploma. I also completed a 13-month business course at Alexandria Votech. I had one job, and that was at Sears. I worked from 1974 to 2008 and retired from there. Larry's childhood shaped by frequent changes in our home. Although I was on my own, when Larry was born, his father moved in with us when Larry was around 11 months old. Larry's father physically abused me, and when Larry and us tried to intervene, they were also abused. Larry saw things no child should see and experienced things no child should have experienced. When Larry was 4 or 5 years old, his 4 other siblings, my children from my previous marriage, moved to Arizona to live with their father. Larry went from growing up in a full big household to being the only child at home. I believe that sudden loss of his siblings affected him deeply. When Larry was 7, his father and I separated, and he rarely saw his father, sometimes only once every few months. Less than a year later, in July of 1981, I suffered a brain aneurysm. My recovery lasted nearly 2 years. During that time, and he had to grow up far too fast. He became my caregiver with within, you know, without going outside like a normal 7 or 8-year-old, you know, playing and having a good time. He was there with me. He went to school and he came home, and that's where he was. There were times when I was unresponsive, and that's because when I had the aneurysm, it affected my memory. And Larry, when he would talk to me and I didn't talk right or whatever, he would call his grandmother, which was my mother, and tell her what was going on. In 1985, when Larry was in middle school, he and I moved from Alexandria to Pineville to live with my husband Nathan and his 2 sons. That move meant a new school, a new home, and another period of adjustment. When Larry turned 50, his father became somewhat more involved, and Larry began spending some time and weekends at his house. But his father often left him alone with little supervision. For the whole weekend, his dad's gone and he's dead. By the time Larry was 16, I saw changes in him. He withdrew from family activities and began spending most of his time with friends. I regret deeply that I did not ask more questions or look more closely at what Larry was struggling with. I have carried that regret for many years and have asked God to forgive me for anything I failed to see that might have helped him. In the 33 years that Larry has been incarcerated, I have witnessed a true transformation. Larry is not the young man who entered prison. He is thoughtful, patient, and responsible. He has devoted himself to serving others, working as an academic tutor, a mentor, and a hospice writer. He has grown spiritually, completing religious classes in both the Christian and Islamic community. And I want to say this, when a few years after he had been incarcerated, he used to call and I would talk about things that happened, you know, in the Bible and everything. So what he did is he went to a Bible school, Bible college, and he learned. And then when he called me and him to talk the Bible together, I told him a story. One day he wasn't, you know, I could tell that he was kind of down. And I said, I want to tell you a story from the Bible. And I say, it's about a man named Saul. I say, Saul did everything that he could that was evil. And he did all kind of things. And one day he was on his way to Damascus. And on his way to Damascus, God knocked him off of that horse or donkey or whatever else he was on. And when he hit the ground, he became blind. He was blind for 3 days. And when God called him, God called him. And he said, Father, here am I. What would you have me do? And I told Larry, God forgave him. His name went from Saul to Paul. And he became one of Jesus' closest disciples. So, look, we've all done wrong. I know I have. But we got to trust and believe in God. And God gave us a second chance. He sent his son Jesus. So I'm asking that too for Larry, because I wish I could explain how I feel about how he has matured being incarcerated. He has matured. He thinks about other people and everything. Self comes last. After he completed his religious courses and everything, my husband Nathan and I have stood by him all of these years. We speak with him regularly, and every other month we visit him. Initially, Larry will initially live with the Parole project in Baton Rouge. Nathan and I live about an hour and a half, and we plan to visit him also. My husband's brother, James Spears, lives in Baton Rouge, and he'll be there for Larry too. I believe my son's growth. I believe he has matured, taken responsibility for his crimes, and developed the insight and discipline needed to be a peaceful and productive life in the community. I ask that you give Larry the opportunity to prove outside of prison that he is the righteous and God-fearing man he has worked so hard to become. And once again, I want to thank you for your time and your consideration.
All right, thank you very much for your input. We appreciate that. I need to ask the attorney, Ms. Crouch, who do you want to speak next? You get two more. They had three on the list, and we can't go to 4. I mean, I already let her have almost 3/4 of the whole time. Got between Karen Myers and Tanisha Smith and Cindy Bright. So one of those needs to be eliminated as a speaker.
Mr. Barros, Carrie Myers, we would like for him to speak, and Cindy.
And who?
Cindy Bright.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll hear from Karen Myers next.
Good morning, Carrie Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to let the board know we've accepted Larry McClinton as a client in our program. As the board is aware, Parole Project 10 years ago was created to assist juvenile lifers who are now made parole eligible by the Miller-Montgomery decision in Act 277 of the Louisiana legislature. Since that time, more than 100 juvenile lifers have been released successfully, living their lives post-release, and Parole Project is happy to have been a part of many of those successes. The 17-year-old Larry that committed these crimes, you heard about his background. That's where we begin. But where we are now is the fact that Larry, over the last 30 years, you look at his record, you can look at his programs, you can look at his education, you can look at his community service, the work that he does to give back to his community. You can look at so many of the things that differentiate the juvenile who committed the crimes from the man he is today. When the U.S. Supreme Court made that decision and the legislature's Act 277, we believe that Larry is ready to be released on parole. Him all the resources that Parole Project has to offer in his transition. We're prepared to keep Larry in our program, in our housing, as long as he needs it, and would then transition at the point that both Larry and Parole Project mutually agree that he's ready to move forward, unless this board designates something different. At this point, I think Larry has accomplished everything he can accomplish in prison, from his own personal growth and programming to particularly the things like being a tutor for the last 9 years, steady, consistent, mature, leading RDAP, the RDAP drug program, hospice volunteer, giving back to his community. Those are the things that show the difference between the juvenile and the adult, and the capacity for change. And Larry has demonstrated that capacity. And while Parole Project is willing to provide the services, it's Larry who's done the work to get here. So we just ask the board to consider those factors today and grant his parole.
Thank you very much. Next, we're gonna move on to Miss Cindy Bright. That's the person that the attorney would like to hear from, and we're gonna hear from her, and we're gonna move Miss Tasha Smith to in support, but not speaking column. So, Ms. Bright, would you go ahead and tell us what you have to say?
Good morning, and thank you to the board for allowing me to speak today on behalf of Larry. I won't get into all of the successes that he has had up to this point and the time of reflection for the last 30 years. I think his mom and the person who spoke before me was able to give you all of that information. I can speak to you. First of all, my name is Cindy Bright. I am Larry's sister. We share the same father. I am his older sister. And I just want to speak about quickly just the childhood that he grew up in. We lived in a very depressed area. And I feel like our interactions together, Larry and I, he's very smart. He's always been smart. We always talked about going to college together, all of those good things. But the stability and the boundaries is something that he lacked in his childhood, from what I could see. Because I did get a chance to spend time with him through our father. And I will tell you that our father wasn't the best. I don't like saying that, but it's the truth. It's three of us altogether, three siblings, and our father has not been a consistent person in any of our lives. And it has been very difficult. I am very fortunate that I did have a parent that pushed me greatly to do certain things and was very determined. However, Larry did not always have the stability that he needed, and his mother has admitted that. Some of the people that we grew up with were into a lot of unsavory activities, and there was not a strong role model for him to find a way to come out of the neighborhood that we come from. I am in no way making an excuse at all, and I do not ever want to minimize the pain of the families that have been affected. But I just want to let the board know that it was very hard. It would have been very hard for Larry to overcome the circumstances that we grew up in. Alexandria and Pineville, it's very difficult, and a lot of people did not make it, have not made it. I'm very fortunate that I was able to make it and go on to college, serve in the military honorably. But Larry did not have some of the same advantages that I had. And I just want the board to take those things into consideration. He has succeeded in doing all of these things over the past 30 years, excuse me, because as I've said, he is smart. He always has been smart. And I wish that some of the decisions made would have been different so that we could have moved on in life together, doing the same things that we talked about that we wanted to do, military and like college. But please consider the words that his mother has said, and I am confirming that also. As a teenager, I think in a better situation, better choices would have been made. But as everyone has said, over these past 30 plus years, he has done the work and has been accountable for what he's done. He hasn't run away from it. He's saying what he's done. And I just wish you would take that into consideration today.
Thank you. All right, that ends the people who have speaking on his behalf, but I do note that we have several letters in the file, people who have sent letters on his behalf also. Moving on to who we have in opposition, our first person is going to be the Rapides District Attorney's Office, Mr. Philip Terrell.
Good morning, members of the board. First, let me say that, as you can tell from the record, every member of law enforcement in Refuge Parish strongly opposes this. I think on 4/22 in 1991, the Pineville Police Department responded to a call of a female laying in the middle of Genie Street, bleeding profusely. Her name was Nidra Harms. Neighbors told the Pineville police where she lived, and it was apparent to the officers that she was suffering from gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. The officers fanned out around and with her daughter, and it's important to note that one of the first things that the officer observed, there was a broken window on the back of the mobile home. That'll be very important in a moment in my argument. When the officers gained entry, they discovered Sarah, who had no pulse. She had been shot 3 times in the torso and once in the back of the head. She was deceased. That's Angela Hargens, the daughter of Nidra Hargens. If you recall, Mr. McClinton was talking to y'all about when he was explaining what happened. He said that he was in a relationship with her and he went to buy drugs from her or alcohol or something like that, and they got into an argument. Detective Dana Rachel of the Pineville Police Department, who incidentally is now one of my investigators, was the detective back in 1991 who was the lead investigator on this case. Mr. Rachel would have been here personally to testify to let you know exactly what happened. He had a medical condition and was in the hospital and is unable to travel. But I'm gonna refer at this point to his report and his letter to y'all. And I know y'all have read this, and I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can. I just feel like I need to say these things. An autopsy was performed on Miss Angela Harkins. The forensic pathologist report indicated that she was shot 3 times in the body area. The 4th and fatal shot was discharged to the back of her head while she was laying on the floor. The forensic pathologist indicated that Angela would most likely have survived the 3 shots to her body. Later on, so the crime goes unsolved for a year, from April to April. And at that point, Detective Brad Suttoth from the Grant Parish Sheriff's Office called the Pineville police detectives and said, we have information that we had information that Mr. McClinton had murdered the second victim, the victim in Grant Parish, Narvell Larson, or I'm sorry, I don't remember her name, but anyway, and had secreted her body, had hidden it in a remote area of Grant Parish. She was shot twice in the head, right below her temple. And when the Grant Parish Sheriff's Office investigated this, they thought that perhaps they developed Mr. McClinton as a suspect. He was in the Marine Reserve, so they tracked him down to Northwestern. He was driving the vehicle owned by Narvell on Northwestern police arrested him and put him in the Nash Parish jail. Grant Parish goes and gets him. When they interrogate him, after they Mirandized him, he confessed to killing Miss Narvell. And he also, they had information that he might be a substance deal, and he confessed to that. So when Detective Rachel went to interview him in Grant Parish, Mirandized him once again, and he admitted to the killing, but he said he did it because that they were in a relationship that her mother didn't know about. At that point, Detective Rachel confronted him with couldn't happen like that, because he said he shot her in the living room and drug her down the hall. Physical evidence showed that she was killed in the hall. And he admitted to Detective Rachel, according to Detective Rachel, and also what's stated in your summary, in the DOC summary of the facts, that he broke in their home, he burglarized their home, he had the weapon, that he was surprised by Angela, and he shot her. That's a different, he told the first story today. So my argument to y'all is look at your records and look at the police reports. And my point is, he's still not taking full responsibility for this. So we have, and by the way, the mother, Miss Neve Hardings, when she came home, according to Detective Rachel, what Mr. McClinton told him finally the second time when he was confronted with how his statement was inaccurate, that the second Miss Hardings was shot twice in the torso, once in the larynx. And the Natchez Parish, the Grant Parish lady who was murdered, and Miss Angela Hardings, they were murdered right there. Miss Nidra was shot in the larynx, and if you note from about their only surviving relative is a niece of Nidra. She says that before then, that the elder Miss Huggins, she liked to sing and play the piano, and as a result of her injury, she couldn't sing, she could barely talk, she drug her leg, and certainly that while we don't have any evidence that contributed to her early demise, we can be sure and know that it definitely altered her life. If you notice in the letter from Mr. Casey, the lady from St. Bernard Parish, that's the one I'm referring to, is her niece and the first cousin of Angela. She said that the elder lady was afraid the rest of her life, was miserable, and had problems. It's the state's position that what we have here is 2 cold-blooded murders. And Miller Montgomery requires, and this is clearly a Miller Montgomery case, Miller Montgomery requires that they have a right to a parole. It doesn't mean that it has to be granted. And it's the state's position that it would be unjust at this point. Let me point out a couple more things real briefly. This board granted a continuance from September until now because Mr. McClinton got really good legal advice that he needed to complete more classes. Well, he's been up for parole every time that he's been eligible, and this board has denied it. All of a sudden, in the last 2 months, he's taken some new classes to show y'all that he's doing the right thing. So I'd ask you to consider that even if in the future that it's appropriate, that more time needs to pass. We need to see whether or not those classes have any effect. It's a position of the state that you still have to examine many factors. Public safety seriousness of the offenses, the callousness of the crime, the effect on the victims. I would submit that none of these crimes were the act of an impetuous youth. I would submit to you that what it is the man killer, because this is as heinous a crime as has been committed in Rapids Parish. The community is concerned about his release. And we just think that at this point it's inappropriate. I would point out to y'all that in one of the latest things that I got, the psychological report from Dr. Sue Austin, PhD, dated 12/3/25. If you look on page 5 of 7, this is what she says, and examination of Mr. McClinton. He appears to be reluctant to acknowledge personal limitations and will tend to repress or deny distress or internal consequences that might arise from such situations and limitations. This will likely lead him to minimize or perhaps be unaware of problems or other areas or functioning of any significant findings in a certain area due to his failure to acknowledge personal problems or failings. Particularly attention should be paid to the possibility of denials and problems with drinking and drug use. Despite the level of defensiveness, there are some areas where he described a greater intensity than is typical of defensive response. These areas include history of antisocial behavior, compulsiveness or rigidity, poor control over anger, inflated self-esteem, low frustration tolerance, and distrust. I could go on, and there's so many things that I want to say. I know that each of the board members have thoroughly digested everything in this packet as I have. But I would submit to you that the story that you got a situation where the story he's telling today is the same one he told the first time. It's not the truth, based on the Powell Police Department police report and the reports from the Grant Parish Sheriff's Office. The state respectfully requests that at this time that this board deny this part. Thank you very much for your time.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
After all of that research and homework you did and talking with Mr. Rochelle, is it your opinion that it was a total stranger event?
I don't know that. I know that they were neighbors. That's my impression.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. We also have in opposition from the Rapides Parish District Attorney's Office, Mr. Robert Murphy, who is here at headquarters but not speaking. We also have several letters sent to us in opposition in the file. And we have opposition from the district attorney in both parishes, the sheriff in both parishes, the chief of police of Pineville, and the attorney general's office. This case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so she's gonna ask you a few questions and clarifications, and we'll go on with that.
Mr. McClinton, I've thoroughly reviewed the information in the file. My concerns lie specifically, you had 72 write-ups during this period of incarceration.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
very unusual. Well, it's not unusual for me to see people who come before me with only 7 or 8 in the same period. I know you went in young, and I take that into consideration. But I want to talk about the last write-up you had in 2020, because that's the one that kind of hangs me up a little bit. Do you remember that write-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about it.
Write-up dated March the 2nd, 2020.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am, I had been transferred from Louisiana State Penitentiary to David Wade Correctional Facility. I had a write-up for a cell phone. I had a 30D, which is an unprofessional relation, and I had a 30X, maintaining online accounts. And the online accounts maintained were due to the cell phone, like on Google. I went through that period of, being exposed to a cell phone, being exposed to just the technology, the world around us, and, it definitely was against the rules. I broke them. I also had a 30D at that time, and that was for unprofessional relations. And man, with that particular write-up, you know, when in this position, when people show you favor, you tend to sometimes take it for more than what it is. Somebody can be giving you a helping hand, and you know, to us, it's like, hey man, this person here likes me. I need to try to move forward with this here. And that was on me, man. I wrote some letters. Those letters were discovered. And not only did I get myself in trouble, but I got a staff member in trouble, man. And again, it was all on me.
It
I'll
just
transfer to the, oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
seems that it indicates that even after you had one parole hearing, you had an opportunity to be released, and now you still making a decision that jeopardizes a release, and just disregard for the rules, and you have put yourself in a position of authority within a certain community subgroup there within the prison, and it's not necessarily conducive to leadership qualities.
No, ma'am. I mean, I was still in the growth stage. That showed a lot of immaturity. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because the good turning point was me actually going to David Wade and meeting Warden Goodwin. You know, a very, very, very good man, but he's a very, very, very stern man. He kind of called you out on everything. So, you know, being exposed to people like that, it just wasn't Warden Goodwin. There was a lot of people on that particular stand. I caught those write-ups, ma'am, after my first parole hearing. And for me, at that time, I had already, you know, been incarcerated for 27 years. And for a person that has a life sentence, well, for me, having a life sentence, I didn't really understand the dynamics of being considered to be free. It was still like, you know, okay, they've given parole eligibility, you know, I probably won't make it. And so I didn't put all my chips into, you know, put my first foot forward, start to being released. Only after I got at David Wade and a lot of guys that were still in Angola started being released, they actually took those opportunities, and I was like, whoa, man, I mean, I've taken myself out of the hat. I've taken myself out of the position, you know, to better myself, to be free, right? So going to David Wade and actually seeing it from that perspective away from Angola gave me a much better perspective now. And, you know,
That really plays into to the psychological evaluation that I read, and that you have a interpersonal style characterized by a strong need for affiliation and attention. You're attention seeking and dramatic. And so being in an environment where you have people enforcing strict rules, it seems like maybe you kind of internally rebelled against that strictness. Would that be accurate?
you mean like at David Wade? I mean, before, yes, ma'am, before getting there, you know, definitely, I agree 100%. Sometimes you really have to be put all the way in the corner before you can actually see that, hey, I have to change directions. And you know,
Yeah, I understand. You answered that well. I don't have any other questions at this time, so.
I have a question.
yes, sir.
Your plans, if you were released, Mr. Clinton?
I work a lot in education, and I work with the residential drug abuse program. Working through those programs, I've seen a lot of guys come through it that I not only need education, but need that, the same thing that I got while I was at David Wade. You know, somebody that cared and somebody that could actually give you from experience a push in the right direction. So working through transition homes and these transition programs, like with Kerry Myers with the Parole Project, I want to be the person also to help guys upon reentering to take that step in the right direction. And for me, you know, I understand that this also stabilizes for a job. I've been exposed to education here at Hunts. You know, with a life sentence, you are placed on the back burner of education. I come here to Hunts in 2024, and here is a wealth of educational opportunities. And I discovered something about myself, you know, a year and a half ago. You know, I'm kind of good at it. I took NCCR classes with construction education management through fundamentals of crew leadership as well as project supervision. And I've also completed the crafts of safety, becoming a safety technician and a safety supervisor. And I want to, you know, ultimately put myself in a position where I can actually tutor or perhaps instruct those classes in transition, because the state is moving toward allowing ex-offenders to help instruct in that capacity out there in society. And, you know, the work that I do in here, I want to continue it out there. That's what, you know, my career goals are. I want to kind of stay the course and, you know, continue, you know, serving the people. Listen, I've taken from communities. I mean, you have the reports in front of you. I want to give back. I want to, you know, I want to become one of those people that, you know, the parents are still proud of. And, you know, I heard Mom speak, she broke my heart. I still want to make her proud. I still want to be able to contribute to that society and give back, because I've taken so much, not just from the victims, but from the victims' families. Just like the district attorney said, I can't imagine how she felt with her daughter being gone. Those things I do think about, and I use myself as example. When I'm instructing these guys in here, I don't use scenarios. I use myself as an example. As Imam of the Islamic community, when I counsel, you know, young guys coming in that's trying to find an identification, I let them know, man, this is not just something that I identify with. This is something that can help change your life. And I want to be part of the life-changing, you know, portion to contribute back. If Brandon released here today, my sentence here doesn't end. You know, my sentence actually began, because all these certificates, they really mean nothing. Getting back out there and using the tools learned from them to help guys in similar situations, and that means everything to me.
Answer this to me. You were 17 at the time you committed the crimes?
Yes, sir.
What's going on with
That's
you?
right. Oh, what you say, sir?
What was going on at 17? I mean, don't put it on the family and where you came up and all that.
Just a lot of my life was really fashioned off what I saw, right? And of course, everything is on me, right? I had they had other guys in similar situations that went on to become doctors and lawyers, right? So it was my decisions, you know, to be accepted by grown peers. It was my decision to seek vainglorious positions in you know, in gangs and be known as somebody. All that was my decision, but that's what was going on in my head. I really wanted to be part of something, part of a family, and you know, that required negative behavior. And
Thank you.
I did those. I did those.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I have no further questions. Ms. Crouch, would you like to finish it up? You have
Yes.
anything?
I want to thank the board for gathering here this morning and listening to Larry and his mother and his sister. I also want to thank you for the packet that we submitted. There's just 3 points really that I want to address here. First, the district attorney mentioned that this was continued, claiming that he got some legal advice that he needed more programs or certificates. I don't think that's borne out by the facts. If you look at page 15 of the memo that I submitted, you can see a table of Larry's programs and certificates in chronological order. That list ends with his MCCER credentials that he got in August of 2025. Since then, he has obtained a few more credentials. Notably, a peer minister certification and a certified mentor certification. But those particular certifications, they were the result of work that he had been putting in for many years. For the peer minister certification, he had to take a counseling class and a behavior management class at New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. Those classes were done in 2004 and 2014. The third component of that, I believe, is a moral compass class, which he did complete more recently. So, and then I believe he also did get some hospice certifications more recently. But again, that builds on work that Larry has been doing throughout his incarceration. He started doing hospice volunteer work when he was in Angola. And this also ties into his role as the imam of the Muslim community. He's been doing the work. I can say that I was hired just a little over a month ago, and the primary purpose that I felt like I was hired for was to do some additional investigation as to Larry's childhood and to speak with all of his family members and really get a full picture of what his childhood was like. Because as you know, the district attorney and Mr. Myers have mentioned, he's in a relatively unique situation in that the Supreme Court has said through Miller and Montgomery that juveniles are constitutionally different because of their lack of brain development. They have a greater potential for rehabilitation and for reform. And so as a result of that, the board has propagated guidelines to consider the Miller factors. And I just want to highlight on a few of those. So one of those factors is remorse, growth, and increased maturity. Larry has, you can see that he's grown. You can see that in the change in his disciplinary conduct. He's talked about David Wade being a major turning point in his journey and the influence that Warden Goodwin had on him. And most significantly, I would direct you to just look at all the letters of support that were submitted by a diverse cross-section of this community. We have, letters from 2 Baptist pastors. There's a letter from the vice president of the Muslim Reentry Initiative, who specifically spoke about Larry's work in supporting the religion and spiritual development of the Muslim community. We also have a letter from Harold Boudreaux, a family friend and a retired major from the Department of Corrections. And then his sister, Naisha Veal, who is the CFO of NOLA Public Schools. All those people speak to the fact that over the years, Larry has grown and matured. And not only has he grown and matured, but they give examples of how he's grown and matured and his ability to be vulnerable and his ability to embrace concepts like healing. So I think that we should really trust these community members that have put their faith in Larry and can speak to his growth and remorse. The other factor I'd like to point out is the contributions to welfare of others through service. Larry has demonstrated his commitment to service in everything that he does. He has three primary areas that he focuses on: his religious work and spiritual development, his tutoring, and his role as the assistant coordinator of the transition program. That last role, the coordinator of the transition program, that also plays into another significant factor here, which is efforts to overcome substance abuse, addiction, and trauma. You heard about some of that. One thing that I think Larry did not mention was that when he killed Angela Hargan and almost killed her mother, he was under the influence of cocaine and alcohol. And when he killed Larvell Green, he was under the influence of alcohol. He has addressed that. He has taken many substance abuse treatment courses. He, starting with the treatment program at Angola, he's taken part 1 and part 2 of Living in Balance. He's taken risk management, mind-altering substances, and most recently, he took a 32-session course on addiction recovery and relapse prevention. So I strongly believe that he has done the work and that he should be evaluated for what he has done. Lastly, I would just remind the board that while law enforcement opposition is something that is certainly to be considered, the law also requires considering the Miller factors, and Louisiana Revised Statute 15574.4 also has conditions that are to be reviewed and minimum criteria. He meets the minimum criteria. Moreover, I mean, and one thing that's interesting too is, since he first went up for parole in 2019, the law has changed and has made it more difficult for one to be paroled. You now have to have a unanimous vote. The period for which the offender cannot have any write-ups has changed from 12 months to 36 months. He's met that. He's almost 5 years without a write-up. Also, I just want to remind the board of a comment that Warden Goodwin made at his 2023 parole hearing. He said, "I can't say anything negative about him. I have a lot of confidence in this individual. I think he is a good candidate despite his conduct record. He's very mature and ready to proceed with life." So, I understand the board's concerns, but I would just ask that you give consideration today, the letters of support and Larry's words. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to the point of the vote. Ms. Ledoux, you're first.
The primary factor that any member of this board would consider is that of public safety. I've listened to everything in totality. My vote today is to deny based on psychological evaluation. The type of institutional report in 2020 concerns me because of the mindset portrayed during that. So, of course, with some victim and law enforcement opposition, which is something legitimate to take into consideration. My vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillett?
Mr. McClinton, 17-year-olds and younger do some stupid things And I'm glad that the higher courts understand that. It's my opinion that you've shown remorse, growth, maturity, and I hope that you continue to better yourself. My vote today is going to be to grant.
All right. And my vote is also to deny due to the opposition by law enforcement and the multiple murders and attempted murder, more than one person. So today, Mr. McClinton, your parole has been denied, and this concludes our business with Mr. McClinton. Meeting of parole is called to order. Today's date is December 11th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Tillis to my left and Mr. Ledoux to my right, Ms. Ledoux to my right. Panel still here at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Our remote location is now Hunt Correctional Center. Would the staff at Hunt please introduce yourself for the record?
Jason Russell, Assistant Warden.
Ashley Bradley, Assistant Warden.
Joe Butler's classification.
All right. And Mr. Ortego, would you introduce yourself by giving us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Jake Michael ORTEGO, 446422.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. We're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what happened, what you did to get yourself in trouble, and why you think now's the time to be released. We ask the warden to give us some input. We're going to have input from supporters and opposition and the district attorney, and then we'll conduct a parole interview. So let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration Jake Ortego, DOC number 446422, who's a first felony offender who was convicted of second-degree murder, and on October 14, 2001 was sentenced to life that was later commuted to 75 years in East Baton Rouge Parish. Your parole eligibility date was 12/8/25. Your good time date is 9/7/64. Your full term date is 12/7/75. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Ortego?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, well, go ahead and tell us, what did you do to get yourself in this kind of trouble, and what have you done since that would make us consider releasing you early?
First, I'd like to say good morning to the board and everyone. Last time at the clemency hearing, I had difficulty communicating my thoughts with the board. So if you don't mind, I took notes this time. I'd like to read from them, if that's okay. It's fine. All right. On the evening of June 26th, my brother and I, along with some friends, were at our condo drinking alcohol in celebration of my recent enlistment to the Navy. Would be fulfillment of a lifelong dream of military service. Throughout the evening, we consumed multiple cases of beer in a form of competitive drinking. While on a beer run, my brother received a page from a friend who informed him of a fight taking place at Highland Road Park. We all discussed the idea of going to watch, with me being the deciding factor since I wanted to go see it. We all agreed afterwards, we just go ahead and go to a club, and that's how we spend the rest of the night. Arriving at the park, we stopped on one of the side streets bordering the parking area. There, we waited watching a group inside the area. After some time passed with nothing happening, we made the collective decision, minus Doug, who was sleeping, to go in and check out what was going on. We woke Doug up, telling him we were going in. He jumped up and he and David ran into the parking area with the rest of us following. All right, so the guys already there briefly went on the defensive, but upon realizing we weren't the ones they'd been waiting on, the mood shifted. I began speaking with some and explained my commitment to the military and that I wanted them, Chad and Joey, to come visit before I left. While we were speaking, a fight broke out between Doug and Andrew, and I immediately ran over, pulling Doug away when someone struck me from behind. I reacted by turning and fighting the first person I saw, Lance Adele, whom I did not know before this night, and not until afterwards that it was him that I was fighting. After this, I went from encounter to encounter fighting, even breaking up a fight between Troy and David, my brother and one of my co-defendants. Alan then started his car and began driving toward us, forcing a group of us to jump out of the way. Made a couple of circles around the lot before his vehicle stalled. Once this happened, me, Doug, and David surrounded him and began beating him through the driver and passenger side window. Leaving this encounter, we surrounded Lance as he was on the ground in a seated position. I squatted down in front of him and began kicking him in the face and in the eye.
Soon after this, cars began leaving and we made our way to ours. Reaching the vehicles, we noticed the tires had been slashed. And as things settled down, I realized I lost my shoe. While everyone was focused on the tires, I went back into the parking area to retrieve my shoes. After finding them and while putting them on, I noticed some of the other guys were there. A brief exchange ensued, and soon after, Doug and David showed up and I yelled, "Kill them." Chad, Joey, and Lance began running, with Lance soon falling to the ground. Catching up to Lance, we began kicking him with me on his side, David the other, and Doug kicking his head. Not long after, Troy started calling for us to leave. In the early morning hours of June 27th, officers arrived at the condo, placed my brother and I in handcuffs, and brought us to the substation. This is when we were notified Lance Adele was killed. The gravity of someone being killed as a result of my actions weighed heavily upon me, forever altering my core sense of being. I did not want to be the kind of person who could take a life. Choosing to not address my disputes with violent behavior allowed me to move forward in my life while incarcerated in ways such as learning the automotive trade, which led to my becoming one of the first reentry vocational mentors, a program created to offer trade skills to inmates in an alternative sentencing program designed to assist in countering recidivism. While doing this, I was able to receive multiple ASC certifications. Then moving on from this to helping the creation of a machine shop located at the Angola Ranch House, a shop that was able to assist Angola's workforce as well as other institutions' maintenance departments. This opportunity led to a certification in metalwork, which was utilized in the renovation of the prison's historic Red Hat cell block. Accomplishing all this while still lacking the necessary life skills to manage socially, I continued using substances as a coping mechanism. After years down a path of substance abuse, I finally reached a point where I had to ask for help. Attending a recovery ministry helped me discover the things about myself which led me to act out or use substances to cope. Breaking free of addiction with the support and guidance of security and inmate pastors and inmate mentors, I began to mature in my thinking, behavior, and emotions. I learned to consider life's challenges as an opportunity to grow rather than turn my frustrations into crises in order to excuse and justify an inability to cope without the use of substances. Throughout this process, I attended classes like Celebrate Recovery, which gave me real-world approaches at applying biblical principles in my daily life and thinking for a change, which helped me to become more conscious of my thoughts rather than be controlled by them. Thus, it needed me to take more responsibility for the decisions I make. Now, in taking accountability, I desire to be responsible for more positive outcomes and apply myself in ways to achieve this, not just in my life, but in the lives of others. In ways such as taking part in the New Men Addiction Recovery Program in Angola, which segregates addicts from regular population as an intensive in-house rehabilitative effort combined with the sober living unit to help reacclimate addicts to a sober lifestyle. In each, I fill the role of peer support minister and sponsor, facilitating and co-facilitating classes. Also, after moving on from Angola to Hunt, recognizing another need where addicts were struggling, myself and a group of like-minded men came together in the creation of the Sober Living Unit, a program very similar to that of New Men. I'm now 6 years sober and act as extended support to programs such as those. I still seek to help men overcome their addictions while steering them towards positive alternatives, be they programs, sober living facilities, religious functions, or just positive encouragement in the many challenges in the day-to-day function of prison life. My driving force is a desire to lead men to a better life, not the taking of their own or another's by any involvement in destructive activities resulting from destructive thinking. Either in prison or not, I will continue a lifestyle that is in contrast to who I was when I took Lance Adele's life. If this board votes for my release, I will immediately head to Colorado Springs, Colorado. My interstate compact was approved, and I will be living with my mother's sister, Nancy Pickett, and working for Nancy's daughter, Kristen Pickett, Nell, who is the owner of K9 Cuts, LLC in Colorado Springs. Their support, as well as that of other family members located in Colorado Springs, combined with professional therapy, will assist in my continuing a life of recovery and becoming a contributing member of their community. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak and offer to Lance, his family, this board, and the people of Baton Rouge my deepest apology. There is no excuse for the trail of destruction left behind as a result of my actions. The impact of my reckless disregard for Lance and the resulting damage will forever be the driving force of my life, which is to now have a lasting positive influence on all those I encounter. I hope this is expressed in a life now committed to the restoration of other broken lives. Thank you.
All right. Warden, can you add anything to his behavior, his record, or anything like that?
As far as his behavior, like, Jake has been here since November of 2022. His last DB report, disciplinary report, was on 9/20/2018. So he hasn't had any disciplinary reports here at Hunt since being housed here. He does have a low title risk score. He has completed some self-help programs and some educational programs. He's also completed both phases of the pre-release program. He is a minimum level trustee here at Hunt.
Warden, has he completed a DOC approved substance abuse treatment program?
No, ma'am, that's not reflected at what I'm looking at.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that information.
No. Thank you, Warden.
Welcome.
Today we have people in support, and I'm going to start with your mother, Diane Jarrow.
Yes, my name is Diane Jarrow. I'm here today to express my unwavering support for my son, Jake ORTEGO, as he seeks a second chance through parole. During his incarceration, he has demonstrated remarkable growth and dedication to personal development. He has taken responsibility for his past actions and is actively engaged in programs that have helped him reflect on his past mistakes, and I believe he is ready to re-enter society as a responsible and contributing member. As Jake's mother, I have witnessed his transformation, and I am confident in his ability to reintegrate into society. He is eager for a fresh start and is determined to make the most of this opportunity and a sincere desire to build a positive future. He has achieved various certifications in vocational programs, such as metalworking, electrical, in order to find stable employment if granted parole. I believe beyond a doubt that given the opportunity of parole, Jake will become a contributing member of society. I will provide him with the means of transportation and monthly financial assistance as he makes this transition. We have agreed that he will follow any guidelines put forth by his aunt and his parole officer. If Jake is granted, he has already applied and been accepted at Alcott's and would leave Louisiana immediately with my sister Nancy Pickett to live with her. She will act as his mentor in helping Jake get established and ready to live on his own. I am committed to supporting him in his journey. My sister and her family, Jake's aunt and cousins, will be providing a stable and loving environment that will enable him to thrive. I believe that with the chance to rebuild his life, Jake will become a positive contributor to his community. I humbly request that you consider Jake's application for parole. I am confident that he will make the most of his second chance if granted. Thank you for the consideration and giving Jake the opportunity to demonstrate his commitment to a crime-free and productive life.
Thank you. All right, we also have an aunt, Miss Nancy Pickett.
Sir, I would like to respectfully express my support for the parole consideration of Jake ORTEGO. I would also like to acknowledge the tragic loss of the they have suffered. My name is Nancy Pickett. I'm here from Colorado. Colorado has agreed to let him serve his parole time there. I'm 70 years old and live alone, and I think it would be mutually advantageous. I'm willing to fully support him in his quest to become an accessible, functioning member of society. I've already been to the courthouse in Colorado and have found numerous resources available to both of us. Should we have any questions or need guidance? Since we would leave the state, I think it would be easier to make a fresh start and smoother transition. I do know there will be some difficulty for all of us. Over the course of his incarceration, I've witnessed significant and genuine change in Jake. He has taken responsibility for his actions and demonstrated sincere remorse for the harm he has caused. Jake has also shown a consistent commitment to self-improvement by participating in many programs and earning numerous certificates. I think this shows his desire to live differently and contribute positively. If parole is granted, Jake will have a strong support system. I am prepared to assist him, and he will also have the support of family and numerous friends. Together, we will ensure his stability and provide structure and ongoing encouragement as he rebuilds his life. I fully understand the seriousness of the board's responsibility and do not take this recommendation lightly. I offer my support because I genuinely believe that Jake has earned and he deserves the opportunity to demonstrate the positive changes he has made. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we also have in support, Allison Edgar, but she is not speaking. And we also have in support Jennifer Cameron, who will be speaking. So let's hear from Ms. Cameron.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my friend and client, Jake ORTEGO. Jake endured a violent childhood. He watched his father beat up his mother and brother, later beating Jake as well. Jake, small for his age, began fighting when people were bullying him in middle school. He turned to the rage he had seen his father use, fighting to establish a name for himself. After Jake began having further issues at school, his mother issued an ultimatum: enter the Navy like he had been dreaming of and get his life right, or leave. 3 weeks after turning 18, Jake was set to ship out. He, his brother, and his friends, highly intoxicated after splitting 3.5 to 4 cases of beer among 4 people by way of funneling 2 of them at once, were celebrating and heard about a fight happening at Highland Road Park. Jake and I grew up in the same neighborhood, and while it may seem odd, there was a lot of fighting going on in the area back then. I never understood why, but it was not abnormal for us to get a call to go watch a fight. It was also not abnormal for people from the neighborhood to participate in those fights. Jake has done a good job of conveying to this board what he remembers and what he's been told about that night, so I won't go through it again. But what I would like to emphasize is that Jake and his group had no plans to participate in that fight. They were there to watch. An absolute travesty occurred when one of the members of the group that did show to fight died that night. Recalling the details of that night is a struggle for Jake. And if you review the court records and statements of others, Jake has now sat before this board twice, taking full responsibility for everything that happened, even things that were not attributed to him by others. What this shows is that Jake knows that without the decisions he made that night, we would not be here. It's a maturity not often seen with offenders. When Jake learned Dell had died, he knew he needed to change who he was. Lance's death had a huge impact on many people, and Jake would never be the same. As Jake thought about what happened and listened to the information presented at trial, he realized he did not want to be the person they were talking about. He did not want to be a violent person like his dad. He has since worked diligently to change himself. Research has shown that the part of the brain that controls rational decision-making is not fully developed in young men until the age of about 26. Jake was far younger and made decisions based on impulse rather than reason. He spent his time since that night learning to control his anger and address the underlying issues that caused the immediate violent reaction when he got hit. He began taking classes immediately to learn how to do better and be better. Jake notes thinking for a change taught him to control those reactions to things and Celebrate Recovery helped him identify what he needed to do to control his drug problem, which began in earnest after Lance died. Jake has had to cope with the fact that he took a life. And as much as he was working to be a better person, the weight of Lance's death affected him so profoundly that he began taking drugs to escape the pain. He had been dabbling in drugs before his incarceration, but while incarcerated, he was introduced to heroin and meth. He suffered with this addiction until 2018, when he realized he was surrounding himself with people who were keeping him exposed to drugs. He voluntarily approached a warden at Angola and asked to be moved to a different dorm. That move, along with the information that Jake learned through AA and Celebrate Recovery, allowed Jake to finally take charge of his own life. He lives the tenets of AA and Celebrate Recovery every day. He works hard to maintain his sobriety and plans to continue to do so. While incarcerated, Jake has been serving his community. As he told y'all, he was one of the first reentry mentors in Angola. He also helped establish the machine shop that has saved the state thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. Jake holds multiple professional certificates. He also helped to create the New Men program at Angola before he was moved to Hunt, where he created a similar program. He still serves as a sponsor and program. Jake's disciplinary record demonstrates his issues with drugs, but since he's been sober, he has had no further write-ups. During the last hearing for Jake's clemency, it was stated that neither Jake nor his family had apologized to the AL family. While that's not allowed under Louisiana law, Jake did participate in the victim offender dialogue at their request. He did what he could to answer the family's questions honestly and completely. Unfortunately, we understand that the Adele family chose not to meet him at the end of that program. The process of the victim offender dialogue is long and forces offenders to face what they've done in a way that other DOC programs do not. Depending on the questions from the victim's family, the process forces offenders to relive one of the most intense, traumatic times of their lives. I have seen members who participated in the program, including Jake, stressed so much that they began losing weight and suffering anxiety. I am so proud of him for getting through that process without using drugs again. If Jake can get through that process without relapsing, he can get through anything. Jake's reentry plan includes moving to Colorado, where he will live with his aunt and work with his cousin. I've confirmed that the IPOX has been approved, and Jake plans to seek individual counseling to continue his sobriety and deal with the issues he may encounter as he re-enters society after being incarcerated for 25 years. We ask this board to recognize that Jake has done everything he can while incarcerated and rehabilitate himself. He does not pose a threat to public safety, and it will not serve anyone for him to remain incarcerated. We humbly ask the board to grant Jake mercy and give him a chance to re-enter society under whatever provisions you see fit. Thank you.
Thank you. That would conclude our people here to talk in support. We have several people to speak in opposition, and I will let y'all choose who wants to go. You would be Miss Terry Mathern?
Yes, sir.
This is Miss Terry Mathern, the victim's aunt.
Thank you for allowing me to come today and speak on behalf of Lance. We are his only voice now because he has none. My name is Terry Mathern. I am Lance's aunt and godmother, and pretty much raised him half of his only 6 years of his life. I know you are all familiar with the case, but I am too. I have relived it. I have gone over it for 26 years. I learned what happened. So I hope you have studied the case as much as what I have. The why it happened, we'll never know. But what went wrong was Jake ORTEGO. Jake ORTEGO made the decisions he made that night. Not Lance Odell. that was there to watch a fight, not participate. Because Lance Audio had never been in a fight in his life before. He was there with some new friends, which Jake knows, Joey Casamini. So I guess Lance was caught in the middle between two groups of friends, and he was the long one. As I say, two groups of young adults got into a fight that night. Whenever it tried to break up, and the group that Lance was with left. But Lance was the only one left behind. And Jake proceeded to fight just Lance, because he was the only one left there. As Lance fell, as trying to get away, Jake continued to kick him on the ground in his head. Witnesses also said that Jake jumped on his head. Lance was there left on the ground. Jake and them attempted to leave, but they realized their tires were cut on their vehicle. They couldn't go anywhere. At this point, Lance, stumbling, trying to get up, trying to run away from Jake. Jake chased him down willingly, and continued to beat on him until a girl that was with Jake's group pleaded with him to stop, because he did not believe Lance was breathing anymore. So what did they do? They retreated to the woods and hid. And as Jake said, he realized he forgot his shoes. That was so important. He forgot his shoes. So he went back to the park where this took place. Did he look on the ground and see the body that he had beaten and left for dead? No. Did he call for help? No. Did he have any second thoughts? No. Jake left back and proceeded to hide. So as Jake said, that night whenever the fight that he supposedly wasn't gonna fight, but yet he verbally said out loud to kill them. And it looks like that's what he did. But Lance was the object of that act, not by his choice, by Jake's choice. Only Jake made that choice, because it was only Jake that fought with Lance, with no one around at that point. Lance was just a bright, kind, and loving kid. He was a kid. He hadn't even got his driver's license. He didn't get to go to prom. He didn't graduate from school. He didn't get to live out his life because of Jake's choice. Jake took his life. He took a part of our lives. He broke us. He broke our family in so many ways that we will not recover. I hope you can see that, because that's how we feel. The pain is as raw today as it was that night when I got that phone call at 12:15 in the morning and said they had killed our Lance. Not knowing possibly what could have happened. An accident, kids get in fights, accidentally he could have fell, he could have hit his head. No, it was nothing so minor as that. It was a brutal attack. And he says, after he realized Lance was dead, he wanted to change his life, Well, let me tell you what happened after that. Every court appearance we made, Jake walked in there with his chest all bowed and done this. He was proud of what he had accomplished, because he wanted people to know just how tough he was. There was even an incident at the courthouse when we so happened to get into the elevator, and who was in the elevator? But Jake and his mother. And he looked at us and he said, "Do y'all really want to get in here?" And we just looked at him, yeah, we're going the same place. Do you want to happen to you what happened to him? That was Jake's words that day. I vividly remember that. And it was 2 years before we went to trial. And then 2 years later, let's see, he had remorse. He wanted to change his life. He did the same thing then. 2 years throughout that trial that we had to listen to what Jake did. He had that same tough, bowed up look like, come and get me. That was Jake 2 years later. There was no remorse then. There's no remorse now after 26 years. And let's see, right, he did go through the victim's thing. My daughter attempted to do it, but we did not cancel it. They canceled it, the program canceled it because we were having this hearing that same year, and it was within weeks of the time. The Idell family did not cancel because trust me, we would have loved to see Jake face to face and see what he had to say then. So as I go, it's 25 years, 25 years, considered the value of Lance's life that he did not have compared to Jake's, the murderer. I don't believe, and I don't believe 18 years of him being on drugs, let's see, to cope with it? No, to have fun. Wasn't to cope with it, because he was coping with it just fine right after the murder. He had no problems. So I do not believe 25 years is enough for the value of Lance's life that he never had a chance at living. And this was not done to Jake. Jake done this to himself, his own choice, his own choice. And the choice was, he did it by his own hand. You tell me what person sits there, even after the fight has broke up and the guy is on the ground, already almost dead. And do you want to know what he done to him? Because I went and spoke with the coroner afterwards. What was the result of what Jake did? If you want to know just how bad it was, he actually said his brains were trying to come out from his nose, his ears, and his mouth. Does that tell you the rage that this person had? And you're gonna tell me what was in that young man's mind, body, thoughts is not still buried down in there? Because I believe if he had the chance and he was met with somebody that he thought, I'm gonna get the better of him, he would try. That's what I think, because he won't even look at me.
Please address us, please.
So I don't see any more remorse there today. All these meetings, he's so apologetic. Not one tear has ever fell from his eyes, not one. So I beg of you to understand the feelings that we have went through. And I do not feel that this 25 years is enough for Jake ORTEGO to know that I can go out and live my life now. And I'm not gonna have a problem at all. And I beg of you for this young kid that was a wonderful, wonderful kid.
How old was Lance at the time?
Lance was 16 and a half. As I said, he hadn't even got his driver's license. So it was not his choice to drive up and meet this fight. He was riding it, and I said to this day, it was his mistake because supposedly the new friend that he had met and had a car, who doesn't want to go with their friends when they got a car? But coincidentally, he was also a friend with Jake's. Lance was the only one there that was not known by any of the people there. So I think that's why he was attacked, because no one knew him. So I beg of you, please consider what Lance went through to what Jake is going through. I don't think there's a comparison. So I beg of you, please, not this time, at least not this time. Give us more time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from.
I don't know if she's still on there.
Ms. Pickett's not here.
Is Brandy,
on
she was on, but it's been so long, do you know if she's still on?
Okay, who we want next?
There she is.
All right, Brandy? Brandy Hughes?
Yeah.
All right.
Unmute your microphone.
Okay, I think I have it fixed now.
All right, thank you.
First, thank you for listening to us today. My name is Brandy Hughes. I strongly oppose the parole of Jake Ortego. I would like to express how strong my opposition is to the possibility of the release of this individual. The brutal murder of Lance Odell had a significant and lasting impact on my life. And I feel it is important that the parole board understands the concerns that I continue to carry. Although time has passed, I still experience emotional, psychological, and practical related to this case. These effects influence my daily life, my sense of safety, and my overall well-being. Based on my experiences throughout this process, I do not believe that release at this time would be appropriate or would provide me or my family with the reassurance and security that we need to move forward. I ask the board to consider the ongoing impact of Jake's crimes, what they have had on our life, and the serious concerns I have about the potential risks associated with his early release. I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective and trust the board will weigh it carefully. I'm going to leave you with the last words that Lance said. He lay there on the ground, bleeding to death, internally bleeding in the brain. The last words as he laid on that ground was, "Mama, Mama, Mama, thank you."
All right, I think we understand what she's trying to tell us. Can we hear from Mr. Mathern?
Won't be short. All's the law, he was given life, no parole. And he got committed to life with parole. Understand that? Only by his own admission. He said, I've only been sober 6 years. His first 18, 19 years in there, he did what he wanted to do. So I'm not convinced that he's completely recovered. I think he's found a good spot then. If he's helping the other people and helping himself, I think he needs to stay there a little bit longer and continue this program. I do not think he's ready to come out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. And we have Ms. Tracy Barber with the DA's office.
Good morning. Thank you, Tracy Barber, for the 19th Judicial District Attorney's Office. Let me first let you know that the mama that Brandy just referred to emotionally could not be here today. I stood in this room with other family members 2 years ago for the clemency hearing for Jake ago, and Lisa could barely stand up from this building. There are health concerns going on right now, but I assure you that everything she said to the front board 2 years ago, she would be saying to you, and the grief you've seen from the family members is a daily struggle for them, and were she emotionally able to be here today, she too would be with you. The facts and circumstances I have been very accurate described to you, and I know that you have been a faithful investigation. I was the trial attorney in this case, and I assure you that the emotions and the trauma that went on in Judge Richard Anderson's courtroom throughout these proceedings was difficult for all involved. Yes, we were dealing with very young people who made very bad decisions that night at the park. Ms. Cameron speaks of all the studies that have been across the world about the development of the brain and the difference between the 16, 17, 18-year-old brain and a 26-year-old brain. I just reiterate that Jake Ortego continued to commit crimes, violate the law, and we have a 26-year-old brain in the Department of Corrections. I do not know why the substance abuse continued. If it was to help him deal with the fact that he was incarcerated or to help him deal with the fact he had killed a 16-year-old boy. Maybe it was a combination of both. But the bottom line is that it did occur. And I heard his family members say he wanted to be given the opportunity, or they wanted him to have the opportunity to live a productive life crime-free. I submit to you that he has been living a productive life in the Department of Corrections. I have the utmost respect for these programs that the department has set up and the programs that Jake Ortego is participating in. Unfortunately, he did continue to use substances. I don't know the exact circumstances of how he obtained them, but I dare say because he was placed in positions of trust and enabled him to potentially get his hands on those substances. But he has lived a productive life, not the productive life that maybe Lance would have given the opportunity to live, or that others in this room have lived, but he has done good things in the Department of Corrections. As by his own admission, he has been 6 years sober. And I submit to you that yes, we are here today talking about remorse and responsibility, but there needs to be accountability. And I do not think that the 25 years he's been in there have truly been 25 years of accountability. The last 6 years have been years of true accountability because he has remained sober. He has refrained from disciplinary write-ups. Ms. Cameron said if he were able to get through the victim dialogue without relapse, he can get through anything. So I respectfully submit today, let's see if he can get through parole tomorrow without relapse. So then we'll see you again at some point in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Besides the district attorney office being opposed, we have opposition from the sheriff's office. Rural letter stating opposed due to violent offense. We have opposition from the chief of police, not served enough time, and we have opposition from the attorney general's office. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, and she's going to ask you a couple of questions before the vote.
Actually, Mr. Barra, based on all of the testimony today and my thorough review of the case, I don't have any questions of Mr. Ortego. Thank you for the packet by his attorney. I gleaned a lot of information. The Department of Correction does have basic for parole. You have not met the substance abuse programming requirement. You have done some very good things though. So I'm going to turn my time over to my colleagues if they have questions.
Mr. Tillis, you got any question?
Yeah. Mr. Jake, you said your growing up was kind of rough. Father?
Sir?
You said when you were growing up, your father was kind of rough with you?
It was more so with my mother and my brother. He was very violent. He was a drug addict. He was kind of a raging drug addict. And, he was very destructive.
What kind of work did your dad do?
Sir?
What kind of work did your dad do?
All right, the only job that I'm aware he ever had, past 8 years old, I didn't have much to do with him. But his mother owned a trailer lot and he just was a maintenance man, kind of moving trailers around, took care of the lot. As far as I know, that's all he's ever done.
So you didn't spend much time with him?
No, sir.
I
And I have no more questions.
Mr. Ross,
Go ahead.
this is Assistant Warden Russ. Researching Jake's master prison record, I did find during his annual assessment in 2023, he did complete substance abuse treatment and anger management here at Hunt.
Okay.
Which program was that?
It's just showing substance abuse treatment. It didn't give me a name. It's just saying completed both.
This will do, this is Assistant Warden Buttress. That we offer a residential drug abuse treatment program here. It's, and I believe what you're referring to is possibly the Steve Paul program, more of a long-term substance abuse program. This is a more abbreviated program that we offer here at Hunt. It's an in-house program where you live in the dorm for a period of time and you do graduate from that. It is recognized as a certified treatment and rehabilitation program, but it is a more abbreviated substance abuse treatment from what I believe you're referring to, like a Steve Paul.
Thank you. I'm prepared to vote. My vote today is to deny parole based on lack of institutional progress and the opposition from victim and law enforcement.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Ms. Ledoux.
And I'm going to concur also, vote to deny, but do commend you on the work you've done there for the past 6 years and encourage you to keep on doing a good job like you are doing now and show us how you handle this one. So today this means that your parole has been denied, and this would conclude our business with Mr. Ortego at 11:16.
So you
Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 11th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. Panel's at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and our remote location is still Hunt Correctional. We're having a hearing on Mr. Fagan. Mr. Fagan, would you please introduce yourself and give me your full name and DOC number for the record?
Henry Fagan, P. Lagging Paul, 1972, 95.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it, and we'll give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you think you should be released. Then we ask the warden for some information. We'll have input from the public for 3 supporters and 3 in opposition, with each side having a total of 10 minutes. The district attorney, if here, will give a statement, and then we'll conduct your interview. So let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration Henry Fagan, DOC number 197295, who's a 4th felony offender who was convicted of armed robbery, 2 counts, and armed robbery. On December 11th, 2000, he was sentenced to serve 35 years hard labor, each count, in East Baton Rouge Parish. And your eligibility for parole date is August the 1st, 21. Your good time date is December 21st, 27. Your full term date is May 26th, 33. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, well, here's the question. What did you do to get yourself in jail right now? And why do you think it's a good time to let you go?
On night juvenile, burglary and high dwelling. You know, I think it's time to do myself, have myself be a productive citizen, return to outside work.
Mr. Byron,
You saying?
Mr. Byron.
Yes, sir.
Henry is one of our mental health inmates here at Hunt that's housed in our Hunt System unit. We do have our psychiatrist, Dr. Fleming, here to speak on his behalf as well.
Okay.
But since I'm speaking, I can let you know that he's been here since 2009. His last DB report was on December 5th, 2016. He has completed anger management, substance abuse. He is maxed out on the CTRP credits. So he's one of our higher functioning mental health inmates. And at this time, I'll defer over to Dr. Fleming.
All right, Dr. Fleming, could you tell me what he's trying to tell me?
Yes, sir. He simply stated the crimes for which he's been committed, juvenile and robbery, and said that he was ready to enter back into as a productive member of society.
Okay. All right, in support, we have Mr. Robert Lancaster to testify. So go ahead, Mr. Lancaster, we'll hear from you now.
Thank you, Mr. Barres. I'm Robert Lancaster. I'm actually Mr. Fagan's attorney. I represented Mr. Fagan at a parole hearing back in 2022. Mental health here at Hunt requested that Mr. Fagan be appointed counsel so that he could make sure to understand the parole process, the procedures. At the time that I represented him in 2022, I did review Mr. Fagan's institutional file. It was over 1,400 pages. I've talked with the treatment psychologist, psychiatrist, numerous family members. I've spent a lot of time with Mr. Fagan explaining the process to him. He does understand the obligations that he has upon release. The medical records can attest to the fact that he's compliant with his treatment plan. He has been compliant consistently. He understands what that treatment is going to be once he is released and the necessity to actually stay on that treatment plan. Back in 2022, he was granted parole. Mr. Roche, Mr. Marabella, Mr. Freeman, held that hearing. They did grant him parole. There was an issue with his residency plan. The law has since changed, and so it should not be an issue moving forward. So he wasn't released in 2022, but by the time those issues were resolved, the 90 days had passed. And so he had to be reset for a new parole hearing. And so that's why he's before you today. A few other things just to mention, and the warden can speak to this, Dr. Clinton can speak to this. He is, low risk on the Tiger score. He has completed some programming here at Hunt, including 100 hours, Cage Your Rage, Living in Balance. If you look at his institutional programming, much of it is religion. He, I think, finds a lot of discipline and purpose and participation in religious programs here, which he would continue on the outside as well. His sister and his niece, who are in the community where he will be released, both have mental health experience. They work in the mental health field and would ensure that he gets the appropriate assessments he needs, the treatment he needs, and would remain on his current treatment plan. And so we're back before the committee today asking that he be released. Also mentioned that his adjusted date, and correct me if I'm wrong, if your records indicate something different, but I understand his adjusted date, the last I saw it calculated, was December the 21st of 2027.
That's right.
And so he would be released based on that adjusted date. So today offers an opportunity for the committee to set forward any particular conditions that you would deem appropriate to ensure that he is successful on release and meet any other concerns that you might have.
So can you clarify something for me? He said something about indecent behavior with a juvenile or something like that. Is he a prior sex offender or something? Because he's not up here today for a sex offense.
No, sir. And that was the issue back in 2022 when he was granted. And so the residents, there's a 1,000-foot prohibition that comes with that prior. That's no longer an issue with changes of the law. So that was an issue that sort of made the reentry plan on the 2022 problematic, but since he's currently in for armed robbery, and that's the conviction upon which the committee is determining whether or not he's released today. This is the charge as well, where he's coming up before the committee on Act 122 for parole consideration.
So he is a prior sex offender that has passed his term for registration. Is that why the residence is not a problem anymore?
So it's not the registration, it was the proximity prohibition that existed, which would be the 1,000 feet.
Well, that's the registration conditions. Okay. Right. Does he have a residence approved now that's not within 1,000 feet?
He has family members who are actively wanting to house him. And his residence plans would
Residence plans have not been investigated at this time?
Be determined after a decision of this committee to determine whether or not he could be released to that particular.
Some are fine, some aren't, but okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. Thank you.
Sure.
That helps. All right. All right. We don't have anyone here to speak in opposition, but we do have opposition from the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, due to violent offender using a weapon. Police chief opposed due to violent crimes, and attorney general that has not made a response yet. So we do have some opposition. Cases assigned to me. So I'll be asking, I already asked a couple of questions. I'll be casting the first vote. I don't have any more questions. This would be-
Ms. Fleming, make a report on this offender, based on your evaluation and work with them.
Yes, so I have actually been working with Mr. PHAGANS, since I started here in 2016, and he is consistently compliant with his treatment plan. We've not had an issue with Mr. PHAGANS. He attained and has maintained level in the unit. He participates in all the programs that are offered to him. So if you see that, maybe he hasn't had a program that you guys would like for him to have, sometimes it's just because that programming can be limited due to his housing. But every program that has been offered to him, he has completed. He is very active on the unit. He assists, even assisting the staff members on the unit with helping to keep the area clean. He is, has not had any issue with going against his treatment plan. He says all the time about how important it is, and he even tries to convince others how important it is to engage in their mental health treatment.
The question I have is nothing he can control, but I'm wondering, where are his family members? And I need to see a demonstrated level of support for their involvement.
Present at the last hearing, and our staff have been in contact with them. I don't know why they're not at this hearing, but our staff have been in contact with them.
Thank you.
Mr. Henry, how long have you been incarcerated?
29 years.
29.
29 years for these charges, these 3 armed robbery?
Yes, 1989 was the date of his arrest. He's been incarcerated since that time. I'm sorry, 1998. I misspoke. May 6th of 1998.
That's all right. I'm gonna move for executive session.
I second.
Mr. Baldwin,
Yes,
Mr. Tillis.
Yes.
Ms. Ledoux.
Yes.
thank you. All right, we returning from executive session and we were at the point where we were ready to vote. We are still ready to vote. I vote first since the case was assigned to me. And I'm gonna vote to deny parole request based on the strong law enforcement opposition, the violent nature of the crimes that the victim committed, multiple offensive robberies where he shot one of the victims, and his criminal record. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny because he has some institutional write-ups, although it was attributed to his level of custody. I have some public safety concerns, so my vote is to deny based on that.
My vote is going to be to grant with an approval residence plan and continued medical treatment.
All right. Mr. Fagan, this means at a vote of 2-1, your request for parole has been denied. And this is going to conclude our business with you at 11:41. The Committee on Parole is called to order today. Is December 11th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, acting as your chairman today. I have Mr. Tillis to my left, Ms. Ledoux to my right. We're still at the Hunt Correctional Facility doing a case on Mr. Ellender. Mr. Ellender, could you please introduce yourself and give us your full DOC number for the record?
Yes, sir. Okay, I was,
Start with your name.
Calvin Ellender, 2295-33.
That's right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of what's going to happen. We're going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it, and give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did and why you think you should be released. I'm going to ask the warden for a little input, and then we're going to ask you a couple of questions. Today we have for parole consideration Calvin Ellender, DOC number 229533, who's a second felony offender who was convicted of manslaughter, reduced from second-degree murder on April 10th, 2001, and sentenced to serve 40 years hard labor in Calcasieu Parish. Your parole eligibility date is August 1st, 21. Your good time date is February 11th, 34, and your full term date is November 19th, 39. Do those dates sound correct to you?
Yes, sir, it should do.
All right, and the first question is, what did you do to get yourself in this trouble, and why do you think now is a good time for you to be released?
Oh, yes, sir. We had a family history of problems because behind drinking and drugs. Because I was always in some kind of trouble with the law and sometimes pretty serious stuff. But then I wasn't messed up the day that it happened. But I called not accustomed to the way my mother talked to me. She was accusing me of being gay. And the guy at the jailhouse, I wouldn't give him my store. I was doing time for a DWI. So I wouldn't give him my store. So they told the police I was over down there having relations with men at the jailhouse. And my mother believed it. So anyway, she come to my house and was accusing me of being gay. And I just went south and did what I did. Like I said, it's a whole family history of alcohol and drugs. Her whole family was alcoholics. They started me drinking when I was 9 years old, drinking whiskey. And,
you were drunk or on drugs at the time?
No, sir, it was not. It was so overwhelming what she was saying that they had told her, the police called and told her that stuff over the phone. And
okay.
So, oh no.
I think so. Ms. Fleming, you're still here because he's also a mental health case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything to add to his statement? I mean, does he sound like he knows what he did and he knows why he did it? Simple.
Yes, sir. I don't have anything to add to his history of as far as what brought him into Hunt. No, sir.
All right. Warden, can you add anything about his behavior or any write-ups?
Yes, sir. He's been first 2002. His last disciplinary report was on February 6th, 22. He has a low title risk score. He has completed anger management, substance abuse treatment, living in balance, both phases, nurturing parenting, and he has completed both phases of pre-release, and he has maxed out on his CTRP credits.
Has he had a GED, or skills training or literacy?
No, ma'am, I was passed through some algebra classes in high school and things like that. And, I just could never get it, back into it, learning, to get a GED. I play music, my intelligence, I write songs. I've written some pretty good, maybe commercial successful songs.
So he hasn't met that requirement though, has he?
No, ma'am, he hasn't.
Thank you.
We have nobody here to speak in support of, and we have nobody here to speak in opposition. However, we do have letters of opposition in the file, and we also have opposition from the district attorney's office. We have opposition from the sheriff's office. We have opposition from the attorney general's office. And a judge defers to the parole board. So I don't have any cases on Mr. Tillman. Go ahead, Mr. Tillman, ask the first questions.
Thank you. How you doing, Mr. Ellender?
All right, good, thank you, sir.
Good. You answered my question in your statement, and I just wanted to know why you killed your mother, and you answered it, so I have no more questions.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
No.
All right, and I don't have any questions, so that means the panel is ready to vote. Mr. Tillis, it's your case.
My vote is going to be to deny because of family opposition and law enforcement and not enough time served.
Thank you. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny and concur with Mr. Tillis.
And I vote to deny and concur with Mr. Tillis for the same reasons. So, Mr. Ellender, this means that today your parole request has been denied, and this will conclude our business with Mr. Ellender today at 12 noon.
All right, sir, okay, goodbye.
Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 11th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. Our panel still at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and now our remote location is the Louisiana State Penitentiary. Would the staff there please introduce themselves for the record?
Deputy Warden, Rochelle Amber.
Regular Admiral, classification.
Jane Babel, offender record.
Thank you. We also have Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, would you please introduce yourself and tell us your full name and DOC number for the record?
My name is Troy Jordan, DOC number 126713.
We'll give you a brief explanation of the process. We're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you think you should be released. We're going to ask the warden for input on your behavior in jail. We're going to allow public comments. We have a bunch of supporters, but we're only going to be able to allow 3 to speak. And we don't have any opposition, so we won't hear from any of them. And then we'll conduct a parole interview. So today we have for parole consideration Troy Jordan, DOC number 126713, who's a 5th felony offender who was convicted of possession of cocaine as a habitual offender, and on October 8th of 2009 was sentenced to serve 43 years hard labor in St. Tammany Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 10/21/18. The good time date is 1/26/50, and your full term date is 1/21/51. Does that sound correct, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and tell us, what did you do to get yourself in this kind of trouble with a 43-year sentence, and what have you done since then to make us feel comfortable with releasing you early?
On the day that I was arrested, I was visiting family members in a neighborhood where I grew up. I had a situation with a flat tire, and I needed some help to get the tire fixed. So a friend told me where there was a gentleman that would help me. He said if I brought him some cocaine, and that I probably could, use that to have the tire fixed. Listening to that, I had been drinking, and I went over to the guy and had a discussion with him about him helping me, and offered him cocaine, and we walked back to where my vehicle was parked. On the way there, I was stopped by the police, and I had the cocaine in my possession, and I threw it down on the ground to evade the police detecting me with the cocaine. Since I've been incarcerated,
How much cocaine?
It was a few pieces of crushed rock.
How many dollar value?
It was, I don't know, maybe a number amount of maybe
3.3 grand.
$50 worth.
Okay. Keep on going.
Since I've been in prison, I sought out different programs that would, I paid specifically attention to my addiction. I got in the RDAP program. I'm an active member in NAAA. I did Living in Balance. I also attended a residential program dealing specifically with behaviors that is attributed to a criminal mindset and addictive behaviors. I also did numerous prison jobs. I was a clerk at the kitchen at Elaine Hunt. My responsibility was to unload trucks and stock coolers. I prepared, pulled the product to prepare meals. I also was a security orderly, which I worked hand in hand with security during emergency calls. I experienced, doing those calls, guys that were unresponsive and watched the security had to administer Narcan to, and you know, some were brought back and some passed away. So I got a chance to observe the security during that time and the things that they were going through and experiencing with these type of situations that they were encountering. So it really made me take a look at myself and look at my past and to see and understand that, you know, the community, not only on the outside, but also the community that we have in here, that I really had to hone in on, you know, these matters dealing with addiction and recovery. So I'm a certified, I got to be I worked hard. I became a certified mentor with, I'm also a relapse prevention. I work with guys that's coming out of programs. I do relapse prevention facilitating. I've, you know, I did a number of meetings and things that these guys that's coming out of these programs, I work with them. I realized that I have inflicted my parents, my children, with the bad decisions that I made in life, that I victimized my children, my parents, and my community. From working as the security auditor, I looked and seen that this was also in the community, like the community that I lived in. So it made me get an understanding that, you know, I have to be a good example to my children. I have to be a good example to the community. I'm a very hard worker. I have a residence plan now that would go along with the things that I do here in prison. What I do on a day-to-day basis in prison is that I go to programming, I'm facilitating classes, I'm in meetings. So I chose a program working with Ms. Caitlin, my attorney. Upon release, I have a plan that will keep me in line that I'm doing here in prison. I have an outpatient treatment that I attend 3 times a week. I have meetings that I have to attend to twice a week. I have a counselor. I have a peer mentor, a formerly incarcerated man that understands what I'm coming out to. He actually was the type of person here and experienced the things that I experienced while incarcerated and what I'll be faced with coming out into society. I have a loving family. My mother, my sisters and brothers, my children who are very dear to me, that also play a role in me being a responsible man now, making better decisions, because I do have an understanding that I have amends to make. I'm a facilitator in NAAA. I also teach and help other prisoners understand that not just to remember recite the 12 steps, but to understand that there's a method to using the 12 steps and applying it to your life, sir. Thank you.
Covered a lot of stuff there. Good. All right, I'm gonna ask the warden to tell us if they have any things to fill in about behavior or anything like that, disciplinary.
So, Mr. Barr, I can tell you that we just received inmate Jordan on November 24th of 2025. He was transferred from Elaine Hunt Correctional Facility. He did a pretty good job of explaining everything that he did there. He don't have a GED because he was he gave that up to be a social mentor. So he withdrew from that class voluntarily. He was a transition program facilitator trainer, and he also did Inside Out Dad, 100 hour substance abuse. 100 hour pre-release, substance abuse. He did nutrient pairing, anger management, more accomplished. He was, like he said, AANA 12-step program, anger and aggressions, and cage your rage. His tiger is low. He's here as a medium custody of inmate assigned to Cypress 2, and he works as a janitor and cleaner here.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me anything about, I see somewhere in this file, I wrote a note that said, from May 4th, 22, May 11th, 22, he had a disciplinary for contraband, marijuana, and disobedience, and was investigated for drug trafficking in jail.
Yes, sir. I saw it.
You don't have any other details of that?
Yes, sir. I see it right here. You see the investigation going on.
I can come back to you.
Yes, sir. Let me get a chance to look through here and come back to you.
All right. All right, so we have several people in support here to talk. We have Troy Jordan Sr., your father, who would like to talk. Let's speak with him first.
Thank you, Your Honors. Yeah, I'm Pastor Troy Jordan, and I'm here in support of my son. Plus, we've supported him through almost 18 years that he's been incarcerated. And we was not rushing this day to happen. We wanted to make sure that he was ready to get out of here. And last year, when we visited him a year ago, the conversation that I heard coming from my son, I saw a different conversation, and the conversation that he was having, it was making more sense than dictating some of the people he communicated in prison. He had a mind like he wanted to be rehabilitated and live right. And that's what we were waiting from. I'm a minister. We minister and we teach people to get them, the criminals out of their heart. We've got people out of Angola and through our ministry from Lake Charles, Louisiana. And I want and believe my son does have financial support when he get out of here. Also moral support. We'll go wherever he's at to try to help him get back into society and be a productive citizen. This is what we want. This is what we teach in our ministry. And we want, at this time, we really feel that he has his mind to do what's right. And we're here to help him accomplish that. And I'm 83 years old. I drove from, I'm a senior pastor over Refuge Temple Ministry in Humble, Texas. I drove 360 miles to come to support him. And his mother's there watching. And we truly honored to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of our son. I want what's right, not only from him, but everybody else. And so that's what we're about. And I believe he's ready to do right. At least I'm 83, she's 81 and a half, and our heart has hurt. We've had to take care of his children, but I'm a responsible man. I feel in that gap, and I believe my son is ready to pick up the baton and assist and take care of his on this. So I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak on his behalf, and I want what's right and just, and we're ready to support that. because I believe he's ready for it. We didn't want it before. I felt it would have been more trouble, but I think he's been here now. I think these 18 years have kind of brought him around till he's ready to be reintegrated into society.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Barrow,
Oh,
I have that investigation for you.
oh, go ahead.
So I can tell you the details, and on May 4, 2022, they conducted an investigation into offender Jordan drug trafficking and found the following. That he was passed drugs, through the hobby shop where he was working. Then they observed, Mr. Jordan takes the drugs to offender Jeremy McDavis, which was an HRDC offender that was housed at the Beaver 3 tier. And they continue on watching him till they decide to search him, and they found a small amount of green leafy substance suspected to be marijuana in his pants pocket. Once they did that, they went to the Beaver tier where offender McDavis was selling drugs that he obtained from offender Jordan. And there they found a cell phone, and they found a green leafy substance that tested for mojo. And they also found some Suboxone strips. On that charge, he received 30 days of lockdown.
Good day.
What, Warden, was that, where was that at? What prison?
At Hunt.
At Hunt?
He just came here November 24th. He just transferred here.
Is there any reason he was sent there?
Is on here, they just say, we switched with him for another inmate, and that he was a good floor buffer. That's all it said on his transfer.
Thank you, Warden.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Welcome.
All right, we'll move back over to the people in support. We have Sonia Navarre, your sister, who's with us on Zoom.
You should tell the truth about that.
You're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, members of the court, first and foremost, I want to express my deepest gratitude to you allowing my family and the opportunity to be parties to this impactful proceeding. We endearingly refer to my brother Troy as Chris, short for his. We adore him, and as hard as it has been to say, the time that he has spent away from the family was unfortunate. It was an unfortunate type of time that my brother needed to find his path. Early on, his path was crooked, tattered, unfocused, and torn through constant unruly behavior, resulting in lockup after lockup. This behavior affected our relationship, seeing as how we came from the same upbringing. While, you know, why was he so off course, and we grew up together long before any of us ventured out into the world. I was so concerned about my parents and his offspring that at times I let him know exactly how it made me feel about him. Eventually, after so many disturbing calls from my mom, I threatened my brother. I threatened him with the authorities. I didn't want to do that. I was just trying to make him get a hold of himself and realize he was hurting the family. He promised me to make a change and moved away, actually. He moved away back to our hometown. Time passed, and after moving back to Slidell, unfortunately, he faced his last offense, and this, unfortunately, this offense, they offered him a 7-year plea deal, which my brother didn't accept. And, you know, even though my family told him, urged him to take it, he didn't take it. So 7 years is what they offered him. Instead, we ended up being devastated by the news of him losing, and was to spend 43 years in prison over a 7-year plea deal. Wow, this, it was incomprehensible. And it shut us all down. I began to protect my feelings, but I know I worried about my parents. I feel like Chris got into the point that he started to worry too. He had so many years ahead of him to serve. He just went into survival mode. He learned talents that we didn't even know he had. Through many struggles, he forged hard to keep his head up. While he was trying to serve, I emailed him one time of many, telling him how we felt about where he was and what it was doing to us. But finally, I stated that I didn't know what he felt. Never did. But I finally wanted to know how he felt about where he was and what was going on. He wrote back to me stating that he felt like he was buried alive in a concrete grave that he could breathe in, walk around in, and do whatever they told him to do in. I got the gif. After reading that, I cried. I never told my brother that, but I cried. There came a time some years ago when Chris began to perk up. We started to feel a different energy coming from him. He began to express himself quite a lot. I heard excitement tempered by peace. He was evolving to a person that could dream again. He began bettering himself through programs offered on the inside. We knew because he couldn't resist a chance to call us and brag about every accomplishment. All of us faced COVID after this period of time and lost a bit of clarity. I make no excuses, as we never know what's going to happen. I know that Chris, under these extreme amounts of circumstances, went through a lot of stress, being locked up, and even more, he was locked down for nothing that was his fault. I couldn't imagine what he was facing during this time. It was the twilight zone, all of us. After that rough period, I believe God allowed Chris to experience an awakening about what we must be prepared to face no matter where we are. His attitude became more impressive to me. He had a sense of urgency about life that could only be his. It could only be his. These past few years, we have experienced a mature Chris. He shamefully owns up to his own bad choices. I believe for his peace and for the peace of us. He is always optimistic when we speak on a higher frequency where God is. His vibe is as if his mind is already free and living up to his own new standards, as if already on the outside. As for me, I'm his big sister, and I have provided as much guidance, banter, and being around as a sounding board as much as I could. whatever he needs for emotional support or anything else with the family that I could facilitate is what I do. He will continue to receive this love and support from me upon his release for the rest of my life.
Thank you.
I believe in the Chris that he has become.
Thank you. All right, we also have Mick Kegler.
Hi there. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Mick Kliegler. I'm a licensed social worker and I supervise the Client Services Division at Innocence and Justice, Louisiana. I'm here with our peer mentor, Mr. Jerome Morgan. I've been working with Mr. Troy Jordan for the last 2 months to create a reentry plan that includes wraparound support and emphasizes relapse prevention. I believe you have the full plan before you, but I'll just briefly share the details with you all. If the board sees fit to grant Mr. Jordan parole, my team will meet him at the gates of Angola and transport him directly to Joseph Homes in Baton Rouge, where he's been approved to reside for 6 months. Within the first 72 hours of release, we will take Mr. Jordan to check in with his parole officer. We will also provide him with a cell phone paid for the first year of his post-release transition to ensure that he can easily maintain communication with his parole officer. Along with the team at Joseph Homes, we'll help Mr. Jordan obtain his vital documents, enroll in health insurance, and Mr. Jordan will also, as he mentioned, immediately enroll in an intensive outpatient program, also known as an IOP, at the Grove Recovery in Baton Rouge. The Grove's IOP program meets 3 days a week and provide transportation to and from. An IOP is considered quite intensive for someone who is not in active addiction, but I include Troy in that we think it is crucial to ensure that Mr. Troy has routine, sober community, and ongoing treatment in the months following his release. In addition to the IOP, Mr. Jordan will attend the weekly recovery meetings held at Joseph Homes on Wednesday evenings, as well as 2 other weekly NA meetings. He'll therefore be engaging in relapse prevention treatment 6 days a week. In terms of employment, we have connected Mr. Jordan to Goodwill's reintegration program in Baton Rouge. Mr. Jordan has decades of work experience and possesses many transferable work skills, including as an automotive technician, in maintenance, and in construction. Experience as a security orderly, which he talked a little bit about, also gave him skills in handling high-level responsibility and supervising others. Mr. Jerome, our peer mentor, will work with Mr. Jordan to adjust to the outside world and build a support network in Baton Rouge. As you heard, Mr. Jordan's family in Texas is connected to the Refuge Temple Church, and there is a chapter in Baton Rouge, and they are ready, that congregation is ready to welcome Mr. Jordan into their community. I'll just say that over the past 2 months, I have gotten to know Mr. Jordan, and I will just echo what his sister and his father said, that I have come to know him as a mature and motivated man who really takes a deep accountability for his past choices. Our team is committed to providing Mr. Jordan with long-term support as long as he needs it. And based on my experience with him, I do believe he can adhere to this plan that we've created. He can maintain his sobriety. He can succeed on parole and be a member of society that really contributes to his family and the community at large. So all that said, I respectfully ask that you consider granting him this opportunity. Thank you.
All right. We also have in support Leela Parole from the Innocence and Justice Project, who's at LSP but not speaking. We have Marie Jordan, mother, who's in support and not speaking. We have Troy Jordan II, in support, cousin and not speaking. Bridget Robertson, a cousin, in support on Zoom, not speaking. Rosalind Basine, cousin, in support, not speaking on Zoom. Shannon Miller, a cousin, in support, not speaking on Zoom. Delron Butler, another cousin in support, not speaking on Zoom. And we have Ms. Caitlin Newswanger, your attorney, who's in support and will be speaking. So go ahead, Ms. Newswanger.
Okay, I guess it's my turn.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Caitlin Newswanger, with Innocence and Justice Louisiana, formerly known as Innocence Project New Orleans. 7 years ago, Mr. Jordan appeared before the parole board asking for parole, and he was denied, having only completed 2 programs. But now he sits before you having over 40 certificates. He has obtained a certification in peer mentorship, and he's also completed an intensive residential drug abuse program known as RDAP for 3 months, as well as a year-long tier-separated Phoenix program, which is a behavioral management program that addresses behaviors associated or that go hand in hand with addiction. And as Mr. Jordan talked about, it cannot be expounded upon anymore, but his position as a security orderly before he came here from Hunt, he had a lot of support from his supervisors who wrote letters that I have submitted in the parole packet that commended his work ethic, but also his ability to take accountability for his past actions. And as you've heard Mr. Jordan talk about, this position as an orderly really gave him hindsight about the powerful destruction of addiction. And he saw his fellow inmates who, like he said, did not survive. He watched them be unresponsive, and this really was sobering to him. But this position, as well as his other positions that he's held at Hunt, such as the clerk in the kitchen, have also given him a very valuable work experience where he is in a position that he was called upon 24/7 to do really intense work. And just to address some of the things that have come up so far throughout this hearing, the records that we have received from Hunt did reflect that Mr. Jordan has received his GED. I believe it is on one of his annual assessments where he had pointed out that it was a self-report from Basel Correctional Center. And just to also point out that Mr. Jordan would not be eligible to have a parole hearing under the new law that was passed in 2024 if he did not have a GED, high school diploma, literacy certificate, or a waiver. But I do want to just point that out in the records that we received from, and I know that the 2022 write-up may have caused some concern for the board, understandably, as he had participated in this 2018 hearing and then progressed and had this moment of a very low moment, and that I have written about in the parole packet, that he was going through a lot of different things at the time, which is not an excuse. But what is most remarkable about what happened after is that Mr. Jordan hit rock bottom and he pulled himself up and he took his own initiative to participate in this year-long Phoenix behavioral management program to address those kinds of behaviors that you saw in that 2022 write-up, those kinds of, as he will refer to it, the criminal mindset, that go hand in hand with addiction. And he did that for 1 year. It was very intensive, separated from the rest of the tier. And he used that to help address these problems. He recognized that he was having, concerns with his addiction and the behavior. And I want to point out that right now is a really good time for Mr. Jordan's release. He's only 56 years old. He has a lot of valuable work experience. He is in good health, and he has years of transferable work skills. So he would not have an issue getting any employment, even with a supported employment plan. And most importantly, he's not at risk to public safety if he were released. And that's because this time, as opposed to in 2018, he has a very stable housing and residence plan. He's going to live in Joseph's Homes in Baton Rouge, and he's also going to be receiving the assistance from our Client Services Division and the Goodwill Employment support for reentry. And I just hope that you can see that these past 18 years, Mr. Jordan has shown incredible emotional intelligence, self-awareness, and growth, and that he is a very beloved employee, family member, and friend. And so we humbly ask that given his immense transformation, his commitment to his recovery, and his employability, that you would respectfully grant his parole today under any conditions deemed appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Oh, I see the Phoenix program certificate. There's no date on that. What are the dates that you were involved in that program?
June 22 to June 23.
Okay, and I would, for the record, note that he didn't have just one slip up. After the last hearing, he had 5 number 1 write-ups. Those are contraband write-ups. So it wasn't, that was from 4/18 to 5/22. I see a remarkable change from 22, but there was some difficulty from 18 to 22.
Could I respond?
Is Mr. Jordan allowed to respond?
Sure. Yeah.
You may, yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I know that there's no excuse. There were some situations that I was dealing with, some strongholds that I realized in programming that I had to deal with. People, places, and things, being incarcerated in a condensely toxic environment, dealing with the things that I had yet to deal with. I got that in behavior management. I went in because I was tired of making decisions that was destroying my family. And I wanted to be better. I understood that once I went in the program that I was actually victimizing my parents, my children, that I had neglected them, my children, without a father, caused them to go through things that they're going through. I lost my youngest child mother. Then I made a promise to her in 2022 that I'm coming home and I'm coming home to take care of my child. And I made that promise. And that was 3.5 years ago, and I'm keeping that promise. I'm gonna be a better son. I never put my parents through the things that I put them through. I didn't quite understand. But I got a grip on life when I went into that program, and I understood that what I was doing to my family, bad decision, wasn't about me, but it was about my family. And that's why I'm sitting in this chair today, because I realized that. Thank you.
Well, I noticed a significant change in a lot of things. That May of 22 was a turning point, it seems like.
Yes, ma'am. It was.
Would you agree, Father, would you agree that it was around May of 22 that he changed?
Yes, because we visit him once a year. But I want to say this. I thank God for this prison that he's been in 18 years. Because if he'd have been in society, he might be dead. We thank God that he's alive and he's gone through these things and we still have him. If he'd have been free with the mind he had and got out too soon, then it could have been detrimental to him and to us. But we're grateful and thankful to God that him being in prison, going through these processes, it has helped him in these last 2 years is when I noticed it the most. So I really do believe there's a change, and I do think it's hope for him being reintegrated, and we're gonna get him in church and spend time with him, because I know it's tough after 18 years to come out and start, but I require responsibility. He was raised that way. That's what my daughter was referring to. And I'm truly honored to sit before you all with all honesty today, and I want what's best, and I'm grateful that he was here, that saved his life. Thank you very much.
I got a question for you regarding the past too. I agree with everybody. You're doing good right now, but there's a few other things. You pled guilty to a charge of attempted first-degree murder and got 7 years. Tell me about that. What was the details of that, and how did you end up getting charged with attempted murder?
Yes, sir. I was 25. Me and my girlfriend was out that night and we was separated. And I got a call for me to come over. She was in distress at a neighboring barroom down the street. When I approached, there was a big amount of confusion and she was in distress. And I seen a weapon when she started coming toward me, one of the guys that was intervening with her movement. And so I had a weapon on me and I seen that weapon and I shot. I'm not a murderer. I'm not a violent person. That situation I wish that I could take back. These guys, I understand what I went through. I could have handled the situation so much better. I know they had parents. My parents, it was just made a situation in time for me that when I look back on that and I see the news, the things that's happening today, I'm appalled at a lot of things that I see on TV dealing with violence. And I took anger management classes and I wish that I had that information before that incident. I have outgrown a lot of times in my life that, I never owned a weapon after that. And I met the guys through time and made peace with them. And I know they'll never forgive me or their family were victims of that situation. And I wish that I would never have been out there that night, that situation, that never occurred.
So the person you shot was the one with the gun?
Yes, sir.
And was he actually causing the trouble, or what? He just had a gun? Was he trying to help your girl, or what a little bit more detail?
The situation, it was a friend of a ex-boyfriend of hers. And he understood that she was out that night with me. And he was trying to make her go with him and to keep her away from being with me that night. And she called me. I was down the street at a neighboring bar, and she called me and asked me to come, that she was in distress. And I came to see about her.
She said, "Can you come see? I'm in distress." Or did she
Yes,
say,
sir. That's
"See,
how
a guy got a gun, and I need you to handle him up," or what?
No, sir. No, sir. It wasn't to that degree. It was that she was in.
When you were going on your way over there, did you know there would be a gun involved?
No, sir. I didn't know.
And her distress was just that they wanted her to go with them?
Yes, sir. After the fact, I understood what was going on. I didn't know then. I came into a situation that she was in distress, and when I came to see about her, there were people that was around telling me during my approach that there's a bunch of guys, and she point me in a direction of where she was, and I just went to retrieve her.
All right. Anybody else got a question?
I appreciate you handling this case with me.
Go ahead.
Mr. Jordan, the case was my case and we've gone through a lot. When you were arrested, you were selling drugs when you indicated in your opening speech that you needed somebody to change a tire. You were selling drugs then?
No, sir. I was in my habit, and there were moments that, in the midst of me using to pay for my usage, I would sell within the groups of people that I was using. I wasn't out in my community distributing drugs. No, sir.
But you were selling drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What really got me was in 22 when I read that you were selling drugs again.
That situation, sir, have no excuse. I, I made a bad decision. I looked at the situation in hindsight and realized, regardless to what it was or what the facts, because I don't want to diminish my accountability by admitting the facts, because to me, I was just doing something that a guy asked me to do. I realized that it was drugs involved, and that was after the fact, but that does not take and my accountability that I made a bad decision. I did, and I own up to that decision. And I did immediately go into program, and after I finished my 30 days, I could have went back to that job and went back down the walk. But I decided that I wanted that to be the last time that I made a decision like that. I went in for help. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no more questions.
No question. Well, I'm not gonna go through your criminal history line by line, but you made a lot of bad decisions. And you on a regular basis of making bad decisions, all the way up until 2022, when you made that decision to deal drugs in jail. I'm listening to you right now, and I think you have changed, and I think you are heading in the right direction. And I read Ms. Newswanger's whole package, and it's an awesome package. But there's still some things in there like you haven't proved to me, that you can go longer than this is the longest stretch you've been without making a bad decision. That's all I wanted to tell you about that one. You're doing well, but I still got some concerns, but I'm not gonna bring you through your whole record. You didn't get to be a habitual offender by making good decisions. So it's time to vote. Mr. Tillis.
I agree with Mr. Balroy. It appears that you've changed. But my vote today is going to be to deny based on not enough time served and law enforcement opposition.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Jordan, I believe that you've turned the corner. I will be honest, I'm concerned about your release plan. I don't think that the Joseph House is a 6-month contract. It doesn't provide enough long-term stability in my mind for him to be maximally prepared for release. My vote is going to be denied.
And I'm gonna vote to deny for the same reasons as them and those I've stated. I think you're headed in the right direction, and we're gonna be watching to see how you handle this decision and what you do from this day on. You can apply and come back, and once you've proven yourself a little bit longer, and you possibly could have a different result. So today, your parole, and this will conclude our business at LSP at 12:58 p.m. Good luck to you.
I gotta make him go crazy.
How many years did you get so far?
18.
Call to order. Today's date is December 11th, 2025. And the time is 1:07 p.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. The panel is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The remote location is Raymond Laborde Correctional Center. And we're having a hearing on Mr. RHEA. Mr. RHEA, would you please give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
My name is RHEA. My DOC number is 461092.
All right, I'm gonna give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm gonna read some information, ask you to verify it for the record. We're gonna give you a chance to speak, to tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and what you've done since then that we should consider an early release. Then we'll ask the warden for some input. We'll have input from the public, 3 supporters and 3 against if we have them. And then we'll hear from, we'll conduct a parole interview and we'll hear from the DA. So we'll begin now. Today we have for parole consideration, Alvin RHEA, DOC number 461092, who's a first felony offender, who was convicted of attempted forcible rape, attempted second-degree kidnapping, and attempted armed robbery, and attempted second-degree murder on July 15th, 03, and sentenced to serve a total of 50 years hard labor in Orleans and Jefferson Parish. Parole eligibility date is October 14th of 2022. Your good time date is 10/13 of 47, and your full term date is 5/28 of 49. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Ray?
Yes, sir.
All right, well then go ahead and tell us, what did you do to get yourself in jail, and what have you done so far to think that we would want to release you early?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say good morning to everyone. August 8th of 1997, I believe it was. I woke up that morning and left out my mother's house. I went to Subway where one of my friends worked as a manager. After being at Subway for a while, I noticed a vehicle pull up to Subway. After noticing a vehicle, I recognized my cousin as being the driver. My cousin came into Subway, and the first thing he told me was that he had kidnapped someone. I didn't believe him at first. So upon us talking further, he notified me that she was in the trunk of the car. Of course, I didn't believe it. We walked outside the Subway and I knocked on the trunk, and as he said, someone was in the trunk. I got into the car with him. We drove off, and I believe our first stop was in the New Orleans East, where we removed her from the trunk. She sat in the back seat with us. I talked with her for a while. We went to another area, a deserted area, where we had sex with her. After having sex with her, we went to the bank where we tried to retrieve money, which we was unsuccessful. After not being able to obtain the money, we drove to Jefferson Parish, which I believe is River Road, walked over the levee where we shot her. Well, I shot her. Afterwards, we ran back to the car and we drove off, and that's what landed me in jail. I'm a terrible person. And I understand that. But I believe that's I believe there's something good in everybody. And I try my best every day to be better than what I was the day before. And in that process, I've included myself in a lot of programs, numerous classes. All of this is to try to be a better person. I've taken almost everything here at Raymond LeBoer Correctional Center. And I think coming here and leaving Angola was a blessing for me, because in Angola, you basically can do what you want. It wasn't until I got here to where I opened my eyes and realized that I can make it out of here. In Angola, I didn't have that hope. You know, I was included in a lot of things that I shouldn't have been involved in. But I asked myself, should a person be judged by how they regress or how they progress? And I think a person should be judged on their efforts towards becoming a better person. And I put forth honest and genuine effort towards being a better person every day. Like I say, I'm taking almost every program here. And I think I've reached my capacity as far as what a program can teach me. So what I've done is became a tutor of the parole preparation class here. I was selected to lead that class, and also I'm the president of the Made Men Gallo Club, which is a public speaking class that we try to cultivate men of integrity through public speaking, and we also teach conflict prevention through nonviolent actions. If by God's sake, the judgment of you guys, if I'm ever released from prison, I have jobs set up. I have numerous jobs set up. I'm currently enrolled in Ashland University, and I've been taking up IT. So what I would like to do is, and I've been doing research towards this, is I would like to get into computer science, also graphic designing. I've inquired about those classes here, but due to my charges, I didn't reach the requirement. They wouldn't allow me to partake and to enroll in that particular program. I've also been gaining information on this organization that I wanted to start. Well, up until last week, the name of it was No One Left Behind, but I found out that name is already taken. So I renamed it to Touched by Grace. And what that organization will do is it provides for at-risk youth. And what I mean by at-risk is children that live in high crime areas. What we'll do is we'll bring them in, we'll counsel them. We will provide book sacks for them for school utensils, and even uniforms. And also we'll provide counseling for the parents also, because just because a person is adult, it don't mean that a person don't go through things. So we also want to include the parents with that also. So I guess that's, those are my goals, and one day I'm hoping that I'll be able to fulfill that. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Warden, can you tell us anything about his behavior, his write-ups, anything like that? What you got to say about him?
Yes, sir. He's been here since 2017, and since then he's gotten his GED. He's participated in a whole slew of vocational and therapeutic programs. As he mentioned, he's taken a lot of classes here to include victim impact, victim awareness, Cage Your Age. His disciplinary history, his last write-up was in 2022. And he had a total of 40 disciplinary incidents since he's been incarcerated.
What was the write-up for 2022?
That write-up was for rule number 21, an aggravated sex offense.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we'll move on to supporters. Today we have in support your sister, Keandra RHEA on Zoom. Ms. Keandra, can we hear from her?
Okay, I'm here.
All right, go ahead and tell us what you gotta say about him. Just keeping in mind that we have a total of 10 minutes to split between three of y'all.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Keandra RHEA, and I'm Ellen RHEA's younger sister. I stand before you with humility, respect, and deep appreciation for the responsibility you carry. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the victim in this case. No words can undo the harm that was caused, but I want to sincerely express our family's continued remorse for the pain that resulted from Alan's actions. We do not minimize the impact of what happened. We understand accountability matters, and we carry that awareness with us every day. I have known my brother my entire life. I remember watching him as a young man playing basketball with our pastor's younger sons. Back then, Alan was patient, kind, protective, and a true role model. At that time in my life, he was genuinely an inspiration to me. Sadly, like many young people, he later became influenced by the wrong crowd, and that path led to the mistakes that bring us here today. But I firmly believe that the man he once was and the values that he once lived by are still inside of him. Prison did not harden Alan. It humbled him. It forced him to confront his choices, his consequences, and the type of man he truly wanted to be. During his incarceration, he has taken multiple classes to better himself mentally, emotionally, and educationally. But more importantly than certificates or programs, I have seen a true internal change. He now speaks with maturity, responsibility, and purpose. Watching my brother go through this journey changed me too. Seeing the real life consequences of poor decisions inspired me to choose a career path in law enforcement. His mistakes didn't shape his future, they shaped mine. They taught me the importance of accountability, justice, and second chances. I believe both can exist at the same time. If Alan is granted parole, he will not be walking this next chapter alone. I will personally support him emotionally, financially, and with transportation. I will help ensure he gets to every required meeting, every appointment, and every opportunity to succeed. Our family is committed to giving him the structure, encouragement, and the stability he needs to remain on the right path. Today, I am a mother, and I want my daughters to see the man their uncle is becoming, not just the man he once was. I want Alan to be an inspiration to them the same way he once was to me. I want them to see what accountability, growth, and redemption truly looks like in real life. Alan is not the same person he was when he entered the system. He is a man who understands the weight of his actions. He is someone who has learned patience, accountability, and humility. He is ready to contribute positively to society, not take from it. I'm not asking you to erase his past, I'm asking you to consider the man he has become because of it. Rehabilitation only truly works when someone is allowed the chance to prove it outside of the prison walls. Thank you for your time, for your fairness, and for the difficult work you do. No matter your decision today, I appreciate the opportunity to speak for my brother and to share the truth of who he is today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We also have in support Jessica Cavalier, the Allen's girlfriend. We hear from Jessica.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jessica, who's the companion of RHEA, and I'm advocating in support of Allen's parole considerations to also share my perspective on his character and rehabilitation. First and most importantly, I would like to express my condolences to the victim and her family. I can't even imagine what they have gone through, but I'm sure that it has had a profound and lasting impact, which has affected them financially, physically, and emotionally. So I truly empathize with them. I understand that there is no excuse for the crime that Allen committed. However, I think it's important to highlight that Allen was 16 years old when he committed this heinous crime and completely oblivious to the value of life. I was introduced to Allen through a family friend, and at the time, Allen was 27 years old and was then incarcerated at Angola. And I can honestly say he was a young man who showed he had great potential, despite that he still exhibited traits of being a product of his previous environment in New Orleans. Even though Allen was at the age you would think that he would have learned from his past, Allen still displayed erratic behaviors which caused his early years of being incarcerated to be marked with frequent fights and many trips to solitary confinement. This went on with Allen for the next 8 years until he was then transferred to where he is now, Raymond LaBourge Correctional Center. At the time of Allen being transferred, he was not happy at all. I remember our conversation like yesterday. He said to me, "I don't like it here. They are too strict and I want to go back to Angola." I allowed him to vent, but then I stopped him. I explained to him, "You have to look at being transferred as a positive thing." The next day, I was speaking to a different person. I was speaking to a man who wanted better, a man who showed remorse and determination to become a better version of himself. Within 30 days, Allen received his GED. However, Allen didn't stop there. 6 months later, he received a trading collision repair. He continued by taking every opportunity by participating in many programs and receiving many certifications. These programs have not only enhanced Allen's knowledge and skills, but has also fostered a sense of responsibility and a desire to give back to the community. Today, Allen is a tutor of the parole preparation class and also the president of the Made Man Gavel Club, which is a public speaking class that cultivates men of integrity and character and also teaches nonviolent conflict prevention. This is a clear demonstration of rehabilitation. This is easier said than done, especially from a man that has been raised in a prison system. Honestly, today, I don't see that same confused, rebellious young 16-year-old child. The person that stands before you today is a man that shows his full emotional vulnerability, empathy, growth, and integrity. I know that Allen's progress demonstrates his desire to reintegrate into society and become an asset to the community. Last but not least, I would like to highlight that if Allen is granted parole today, he will have a strong support system in place, which includes his family, myself, along with close friends. We are committed to supporting Allen with his efforts. I have an established clothing business that he can help maintain while also working with his father. I will assist him with transportation to and from work and also a place to live. I wholeheartedly believe that if Allen is granted parole today, it will not only be an opportunity for his redemption, but also a chance to contribute positivity to society. With Allen's newfound knowledge, skills, and deep personal growth, he seems determined to make amends, give back, and become a productive member of our community. I have explained to Allen that he will have good days, bad days, and overwhelming days. But if he remains focused, when it's all said and done, it will all be worth it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right, next we have Tasha Smith from the First 72.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Sophie from the First 72 Plus. And I want to thank the chairperson and the members of the board for allowing us at the First 72 Plus to offer our support on behalf of Mr. Allen Ray. The mission of the First 72 Plus is to stop the cycle of incarceration by fostering independence and self-sustainability through education, stable housing, secure employment, healthcare, and community engagement. And our motto, Us Helping Us, really encapsulates our approach to public safety and reentry services. We are eager to work with Mr. Ray upon his release. He would be assigned a reentry coach who is a formerly incarcerated case manager that would guide him through our case management plan by assessing and responding to his unique needs. We would set up Mr. Ray with an appointment with the FIT clinic to be assessed by a primary care physician and complete a behavioral health referral if needed. We would also provide him with employment support and help him search for supporting housing if needed. We would open discussion surrounding sticking to his goals, mental health support, managing sobriety, handling emotions, and much more. And we would be able to provide Mr. Ray with other wraparound services, including clothing, proper identification, Social Security registration, SNAP benefits, and medical assistance. We believe that helping Mr. Ray find meaningful long-term employment would not be difficult, given that he has earned his GED, has been taking college classes in business administration and computer science. He has shown his commitment to setting himself up for success upon his release by taking the initiative to communicate with the First 72 Plus and by participating in programming while incarcerated. He has also secured stable housing with a loved one in Zachary, Louisiana, and he has additional familial support in New Orleans. And he has even set himself up with multiple full-time employment options, including working at Bayou Tree Service with his father and Zachary Holding Inc. in Gonzales. So with multiple stable housing options and employment plans, and with our support at the First 72 Plus, we believe that Mr. Ray will be able to live as an independent, productive member of society on his release. Not only is our team committed to assisting in a smooth transition with a support base designed to ensure services suitable for his needs, but the First 72 Plus will continue to guide Mr. Ray until he is a stable, settled citizen in society. Should you determine that Mr. Ray requires any additional support services, we will gladly work to provide those services as well. And if you have any further questions, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. That would conclude those people that we have talking in support. We have some people talking opposition. We have Mr. Edward McGowan from the New Orleans District Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon, and may it please the board. Edward McGowan, First Assistant on behalf of the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office, speaking in opposition to his parole application. The theme of my remarks in my opposition today will be too much, too soon. The facts of this incident that are the basis of the defendant's incarceration are truly horrific. The victim was randomly abducted from the streets of New Orleans, repeatedly raped, stuffed in the trunk of a car, and then at the conclusion of an extended period of criminality, he and his accomplice chose to extinguish her life. Not only was this an extended period of criminality, it actually spanned across two jurisdictions, Orleans and Jefferson. This was not an impulsive moment of rashness. This was an extended criminal enterprise, an extended criminal spree that inflicted incredible harm upon an innocent, randomly chosen victim. I cannot overstate the lifelong impacts and suffering that that will inflict on the victim in this matter, and you will hear that in the executive session. However, I want to touch on two additional matters that go beyond the harm inflicted on this victim. First, the review of the incarceration record of the defendant. As he comes before you today, He is, when balanced against this horrific crime spree, only minimally qualified to seek the leniency that he asked for. He has served barely half of his sentence, and he meets only by the bare minimum requirements, the requirements to seek parole eligibility today. His first 2+ years of 2+ decades of incarceration show significant and consistent disciplinary infractions, many of them aggravated, several of them of a sexual nature. And his most recent was in November, I believe November 28th of 2022, again, making him minimally qualified to seek this parole by a matter of only a few weeks, as I understand. Again, when balanced against the horrific nature of this crime, the incredible amount of leniency, essentially cutting his sentence, which he richly deserves, in half by being minimally qualified, is again, I believe, too much, too soon. And again, I want to go, the impact on the victim in this case cannot be overstated. And that impact should be the driving force, I believe, behind the board's decision. But I do want to talk about the wider impact of this sort of crime. This crime, this high-profile crime, was the stuff of nightmares. This horrific, high-profile random attack on a citizen of New Orleans. It is the type of thing that made people in the 90s afraid to leave their homes for the most routine error, afraid to walk the streets alone. I grew up in New Orleans. I grew up in this era. To this day, I do not stay in a car by myself. Like, it is a foolish thing. And I had to counsel my wife when she moved to New Orleans, to a different parish. You don't sit in a car and make yourself a target in this town. Get out of your car and move along. That mentality, that criminality has terrorized the city and held us hostage. And so the impacts of this sort of crime go beyond the horrific damage that is inflicted on the victim. And I think has wide-ranging impacts on the entire jurisdiction, the entire metro area. And so with that, I would ask y'all to balance the opposition to this parole hearing that is, I think, robust, the minimal qualifications that the defendant has today, the horrific nature of the acts which he undoubtedly committed, and the lifelong impact that they will have on the victim. And I ask that y'all respectfully deny parole applications there. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming. All right, next we have Mr. Randall Meyer with the District Attorney's Office in Jefferson.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. First off, I'd like to say we agree with everything stated by the Assistant District Attorney from Orleans Parish. I'd like to correct one thing, unless I misheard it, Mr. Barre, when you were identifying the offenses, you stated it was attempted forcible rape and attempted kidnapping. He was actually pled guilty to forcible rape and second-degree kidnapping. He had an attempted armed robbery charge, and then I believe an aggravated oral sex account was no pros as a result of his guilty plea.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it was suggested by one of Mr. RHEA's supporters, the fact that he was 16 years old, should weigh, and I guess it does weigh to a point in the crime that he committed and the offense. But one thing I like to also look at is in 2006 when he was 25 years old, and now a fully developed brain, he committed a sex offense in jail and got a disciplinary report. In 2017, at 36 years old, he got a disciplinary report for an aggravated sex offense. And in 2022, at 42 years old, he got a disciplinary report for an aggravated sex offense. This last report was obtained after he had completed phase 1 of the sex offender treatment course that he took. And when he was heard previously, for a parole hearing in April of 22, he was denied because of excess disciplinary reports and no sex offender treatment. And I know at that time, the only programs he had taken prior to that hearing were 100 hours, Cage Your Age, Inside Out Dad, and he had a number of certificates, including obtaining his GED. He didn't take any sex offender treatments until after that, and then he has since completed those sex offender treatments. But I'm curious as to what exactly he learned with those sex offender treatments, because his description of the offense today, Mr. RHEA said, we had sex with her. No, they raped her. He didn't have sex with her. Sex offender treatment and education, rape is fundamentally distinguished from sex by the absence of consent and its nature as a violent crime. There was no sex going on. He forced his victim to perform oral sex on him. Then he and his brother or his cousin raped her. He's had a total of 40 disciplinary reports. And when we look at the progress report in the DOC record, the progress report shows that he has a fair institutional record. It's not a good institutional record. It's a fair record. It says, and I'm not privy as to why, but it says sex offender treatment. I'm sorry, substance abuse treatment is recommended. I'm not sure why that was a recommended course for him, but he has not taken substance abuse treatment. And importantly, the Static 99 report that was completed November 25th, 2025, identifies him as a moderate risk sex offender. I'm not going to go through the crime. The Orleans DA went through that with y'all, except I will point out that when Mr. RHEA shot the victim, he shot her in the back, indicating she was potentially trying to escape the situation and was shot in the back. He's had insufficient time served, only about half of his sentence. And for those reasons, we also ask that this board deny its request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Mr. Barra, I request going into an executive session.
All right.
Second.
Mr. Barra,
Yes.
Ms. Ledoux,
Yes.
Mr. Tillis.
Yes.
All right, we back from executive session, and I do need to note that there is more opposition from the judge's office. The judge states that you only served less than half your sentence. And we heard from the two district attorneys. The sheriff's office is opposed, and the chief of police is opposed. So we do have opposition. The case is assigned to Mr. Tillis, so he would be the one to cast the first vote.
I have no questions.
No question, cast the first vote.
My vote is to deny.
Mr. Jew?
Almost any one of these charges would get a 50-year sentence. Attempted second-degree murder, forcible rape, second-degree kidnapping, and attempted armed robbery. My vote is to deny at this time based on opposition as well as the high static 99 score, risk assessment score.
And I vote to deny based on the violent nature of the crime and that you've not served half of your sentence yet. So today, Mr. Ray, your parole has been denied, and this will conclude our business with you. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 11th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on the panel, to my left, Mr. Tillis, to my right, Ms. Ledoux. We're still in Baton Rouge at the headquarters, and our remote location is still at Raymond LaBorde. We're doing a hearing on Mr. Alexander. Would you please introduce yourself by giving me your full name and DOC number for the record?
Michael Alexander, 102841.
Thank you. I'll give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify. We're going to give you a chance to tell us what you did to get yourself in trouble and what you've done since then to make us want to release you. We'll ask the warden to speak and talk about your behavior there. And we will have public comments from supporters and opposition. We'll hear from the district attorney, and we'll conduct your interview. Today we have for parole consideration Michael Alexander, DOC number 102841, who's a 7th felony offender who was convicted of possession of buprenorphine and possession with intent to distribute cocaine on December the 2nd of 2019 and was sentenced to serve 10 years hard labor in Jefferson Parish. Your parole eligibility date is April 3rd, 22. Your good time date is October 3rd, 28. Your full term date is October 2nd, 29. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Alexander?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then go ahead and tell us, what did you do to get yourself in jail? And what have you done since then to make us think it's a good time to release you?
Well, I let myself get hooked on crack cocaine and enjoyed the lifestyle that I was living. And I realize now that all I did was damage myself and anybody who cared about me. Like right now, my wife she done had a stroke and she's trying to make it because she can't work. And I collect disabilities, so that would help take care of the bill. We own a house. Now me, I don't have no desire to spend the rest of my life in jail. And I think I fulfilled all the formats and trying to get home to my family, frankly.
And you were selling crack cocaine is what you were doing?
I was a user seller.
Okay. All right, Warden, can you tell us any information about his behavior there?
He's been here since January of 2020, and since here, he's gotten his GED, he's gotten a forklift certification, and he's completed numerous therapeutic programs. He has a total of 2 disciplinary reports. His last one was in August of 2021 for a violation of rule number 1. He's currently participating in AANA. And the only other recommendation I would have would be that if he were granted parole, that he would be allowed to enroll in some type of long-term substance abuse treatment program before being released, considering his history of drug abuse.
Okay. Thank you for your input. We have nobody here to testify in support, but we do have Mr. Randall Myers from the District Attorney's Office who would like to speak in opposition. So we'll hear from Mr. Myers now.
Good afternoon, Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. I was curious as to what the 2 number 1 disciplinary reports were for, but I do agree with what the warden says that she thinks he needs some long-term substance abuse treatment, and I agree with that. Back in 22, Judge Jackson, in her denial at a parole hearing, she made that recommendation. He needs to complete a long-term substance abuse program, and which hadn't been done. I'm glad to hear that he's participating in the NAAA program, and the annual assessment indicates that he also needs a 12-step program and some additional vocational skills. So, we really would like to see him. I think the best thing for him would be a Steve Hoyle long-term substance abuse program to give him an opportunity to to stay off the drugs and makes a positive impact when he gets out.
Thank you, Mr. Marr. Appreciate your input. We also didn't get any opposition from the other law enforcement people in the area. So the case is assigned to Mr. Tillis. He's gonna start your interview and he's gonna cast the first vote.
How you doing, Mr. Alexander?
Oh,
Good. So how long were you selling drugs and using drugs?
since the nineties,
The 90s?
sir.
Okay. And have you been in any other trouble since you were incarcerated?
Yeah. No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. All right. And the program you're taking is, why haven't you got into some drug abuse classes? They don't offer them there or what?
Well, I took Living in Balance 1 and 2. I took Cage Rage. But I took the program they have.
I think you need something a little better than that. I have no more questions.
So do you have any questions?
Has he had his GED? Oh, wait,
Yes.
he has his GED?
Yeah, he has.
Incarcerated here, yes, ma'am.
Okay, since he's been, okay. You know, Mr. Alexander, I was opposed to your release last time, November of last year, getting closer to that full term date. And, you know, I think you need a little bit more substance abuse before you go home, but you've gotten what you can there. So I have nothing further.
All right, time to vote. I have no questions.
My vote is to deny. I think you need to get some more training classes.
I would vote to do a grant to a long-term DOC facility with aftercare, doing AANA on the streets. That would have been that's my vote.
All right, and I also vote to grant with long-term Steve Hall placement and NA and AA meetings upon release and curfew upon release from 10 to 6 a.m. and outpatient substance abuse treatment. However, you needed a unanimous vote for that to happen. So today, your parole has been denied. And this will our business with Mr. Alexander. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 11th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis and Ms. Ledoux. Still here at headquarters in Baton Rouge. And we are still at Raymond LaBorde Correctional Center as our remote location. Today we're having a hearing on Mr. Knotts. Can you please introduce yourself with your full name and DOC number for the record?
My name is Lloyd Knotts, 77059.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it, and we're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you think you should be released. Then the warden's going to update us on your behavior there, and we'll allow public comments, and we'll allow the district attorney's office to make a statement, and then we will conduct your interview and vote. So let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration Lloyd Knott, DOC number 770593, who's a second felony offender who was convicted of resisting arrest by force or violence, second-degree battery, simple criminal damage to property, unauthorized entry of a place of business, resisting police by force or violence again, and on July 25th, 22, July 24th, 24, and April 23rd, 25, was sentenced to serve a total of 7 years hard labor in Jefferson Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 7/5/26. Your good time date is 9/6/30, and your full term date is 12/5/30. Does that information sound correct to you? Right. So go ahead and tell us, what did you do that caused yourself to get 7 years in jail? And what have you done since then that would make us want to let you out early on that sentence?
First incident was I struck a woman. You know, I should never did that. I've regret that the best way to slapped her and I kicked her twice. Then I walked off, I ran and got caught up with the police. I refused, yes, I don't know how to say it. I ran from the police. I want and tongue-tied and nervous. But I ran from the police and I resisted arrest, and so I went to probation. I got probation for that, but I violated my probation by going back to the place where she worked at. All right, now in the process, I broke the door. I ran in, acted a fool, yelled at two old ladies, and walked out and left. Then I went on a levee, sat down and cooled off. Then the cops came, they aggravated me again. I said some words. I didn't get down because I was on the levee. I was worried and they tased me, but I should have got down like the officer said. So that wasn't my bad. I should have dropped down when he told me to drop down. I did not. And so here we are today. Pled guilty to these charges. I'm new to this, because I ain't never did this before, I ain't never had a violent act like this, And that's all I can say right now. I still got. So anyway, I've been here for 2 years, in jail. Achieved something in my life that I never thought I would achieve. I achieved my high set, my GED. I left a literacy class to achieve that. I thought I'd never get that. I couldn't even read when I got here. And I didn't know words, I didn't know math, but I had some good tools here at the board that taught me something. They taught me how to read and calm down and slow down, because that's something I never did in life. So at the end of the day, wish I could say sorry to the person I did this to, but I can't, you know, you can't see face to face. You know, I don't know why, just how it goes, you know. At the end of the day, I want to make myself a better person. You know, I don't want to live for yesterday because I made a mistake yesterday. Tomorrow is the future, you know, and I just want to better myself in the future. 49 years I ain't been in trouble. Half my life. I can't rate that just one decision define me, but don't being making a mistake in life, you know. Why can't I have the other half of my life to make it right? You know, that's all I can say, you know, and I'm not the smartest person in the world. I made a mistake. That's all I can tell you.
Thank you very much. Warden, can you tell us, has he behaved himself since he's been with you?
He has behaved himself. He hasn't had any disciplinary write-ups since he's been incarcerated. He's been with us since December of 24. And as he stated, he did complete literacy and he did get his GED. However, he has not completed any reentry programs since he's been incarcerated with us. And I would recommend that he take victim impact as well as anger management.
And substance abuse. Thank you. All right. So we have no one here to speak in support today, so we pass that. The next section is who we have to speak in opposition. We have Mr. Randall Myers from the District Attorney's Office in Jefferson Parish. We'd like to hear from him.
Good afternoon, Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish, and we're opposed at this time. Pretty much for the reasons the warden said and the board. I think he needs anger management, substance abuse. He's only taken 100 hours and got his GED. That's commendable, getting his GED. But only 100 hours. His statements of the facts are a little bit off. He actually, according to the reports, tackled his victim, hit her in the head and the face with a closed fist, and kicked her until a witness was able to pull him off. That's a little bit different than I slapped her and kicked her a couple of times and walked off. There is victim opposition. Two victims indicated that they were going to participate today via Zoom, but obviously they're not here. But there is victim opposition. And I noted his criminal history. There's which suggests really that anger management is something that he really needs. Resisting officer, disturbing the peace by being drunk, possession of drugs, simple battery, resisting an officer by force and violence, violating protective orders, and simple assault. Simple criminal damage to property, resisting officers by force and violence. I think he definitely has an anger management problem. Needs some help with that before he should be considered for release. So at this point, we are opposed to his request for parole.
Thank you. All right. We also have listed Stacy Tomblay to speak. Is she available on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, would you go ahead and tell us what you have to say about this case?
I just opposed to the parole for reasons, after the attack, he served some time. And then, as soon as he was let back out, I think it was a very short period before he was back on drugs again and doing the same exact thing. Asking my coworkers, he gets very violent. He showed up at our place of work looking for me again. Luckily, I was not there that day, but he scared all of my coworkers. And I'm not convinced that he's done enough time to get out again and not do the same thing.
Thank you. We also have victim's co-worker, John Herron. John, would you tell us what you have to say about the case?
Yeah, thank you and good afternoon. I do not specifically know Mr. Knotts, but I do know enough through the actions and what we've been dealing with. I'm not representing my company. I'm just trying to protect my employees, my colleagues, my employers. I started with my company in 2021. It's been nonstop with harassment, social media posts, threatening employees, resulting in restraining orders, which were not adhered to. That's went on for a year. Then he did beat one of my colleagues, which we just saw, we just heard from, only to stop because he was pulled off. He goes to jail, hoping he's going to get help. He gets out, and it's just a few months later when then, luckily, my employees were able to get away and hide in a corner, but they had multiple female employees that were alone by themselves in the building. He broke through the door, as he said, went through a rampage, asking, forcing, where is this person? Where is that person? Luckily, I was able to get back to the office. We were able to locate him walking back towards the office too, from mind you, he ran away. And then I saw him walking back towards the office down the levee again while the cops were looking for him. He was again arrested. We've had to do multiple things. We've reinforced doors. We put in new walls. We put in new locks. We put in more cameras, more lighting to help our employees feel safe, that we're alone when he came in. I just want to hope that when he gets out again, every time he gets out, it escalates to another level. It went from restraining order to assault and battery on I don't know the legal terms, but I assume assault and battery by beating my colleague, to then breaking and entering and threatening people. And I'm concerned that, when he gets out again, that what is the next escalation point? And I just want to make sure that when he gets out, that has the help that he needs, and that he can let my colleagues, my employers, my employees feel safe to be around. We just received a letter about verifying his employment at our company, which is being passed around through HR. I'm being asked, well, what's going on? Is he being released again? Which is raising fear. So I just wanted to speak on behalf of everybody and show my opposition at this time. Thank you.
What's the name of your company?
Wood Resources.
Wood Resources?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
That would conclude the people in support. On opposition also, we do have more opposition from the district attorney's office just voiced theirs. The sheriff's office is opposed. The chief of police is opposed due to your criminal record, and the attorney general's office is also opposed to early release. So does anyone else have any?
I don't have any questions.
All right, and I don't have any questions either. I vote first, so Mr. Knotts, today I'm going to vote to deny your parole. I don't think you've got enough training under your belt to be able to get out and follow the rules. So I'll vote to deny it based on the violation of the protective order, the strong law enforcement and victim opposition, and your attitude toward police at every arrest. But I highly recommend, before you come back here for us to hear your case again, that you take part in the anger management, the victim awareness, and the substance abuse that's offered over there. And once you get all those classes, you'll be in a much better position to come back and talk to us.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dew?
My vote is to deny. You need to have substance abuse, anger management, and victim awareness before release.
I vote also to deny. I agree with my colleagues.
All right. This means that your parole has been denied today, and this will conclude our business with you. 2:25. I sure hope you get the help you need and or successful at.
Sure.
All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 11th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. We have Mr. Tillis to my left and Mr. Ledoux to my right. We're still at the headquarters in Baton Rouge. We're still at a remote location of Raymond Laborde Correctional Center, and we're doing a hearing on Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, can you please identify yourself with your full name and DOC number for the record?
Billy Perkins, 1323327.
All right. We'll give you a brief explanation of the process, and I'm going to read some information to you and ask you to verify it. Then we're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to get yourself in prison and why you should be released. You're going to ask the warden to tell us about your disciplinary behavior there, and we'll take other comments if we have any, and we'll have the district attorney speak. So today we have for parole consideration Billy Perkins, DOC number 132327, who's a second offender who's been convicted of armed robbery as an habitual offender and second-degree kidnapping on June 3rd, 1998 and July 13th, 2000, was sentenced to serve 49 years and 6 months on number 1 and 15 years on number 2 in Jefferson Parish. Parole eligibility date was 8/1/21. Your good time date was 5/4/47, and your full term date is 8/3/47. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us, what did you do to get yourself in trouble, and why do you think now's a good time to let you go?
In 1997, I went to go steal a car. And in trying to steal that car, a man was kidnapped. And I told him I had a firearm. I took everything that he had of value, and I took the car. I know I won't be able to ever tell him that I'm sorry for what I've done. But I'm hoping that over the years that I have been arrested, that he has forgiven me for what I've done. I disrupted his life, shame that I brought to my family. I'm trying my best now to rebuild that trust between me and my family. To let me go, I need, my life has been, I'm surviving from day to day. That's how it's been. But I'm not living. And I'm asking for the chance now from the parole board to give me the opportunities to live again.
All right, thank you for that input. Warden, do you have anything to tell us about his behavior? Has he been a good guy in jail?
He's been here since March of 2022. He does have a total of 81 disciplinary reports in his history. The last one was in December of 2022. He's taken KGRH since he's been here, and he's currently attending AANA. So my recommendation would be that he does get some more programming, specifically victim impact.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about that last violation in December of 2022. I see aggravated disobedience defiance. What did he actually do? You have that handy?
Yes, sir, I do.
I think he had 2 other rule number 1 violations. So after his hearing in February, he was moved to your facility. And it looks like he had several number 1 rule violations and 3-5 combined. Is that correct?
2 of the number 1s were for cigarettes and 1 was for a failed drug test. On intake, when he got here, he failed a drug test. But the 3 and the 5 happened on 12/6/22. And he was given a direct verbal order to move his locker box away from the door. He refused the order, cursed at the officer, and basically they had to escort him to investigative segregation. They had to escort him to the cell block.
All right, having nobody to speak in support, we're gonna move right on over to the speakers in opposition. We have Mr. Randall Myers with the District Attorney's Office from Jefferson Parish. Would you let us know what you got to say?
Yes, sir. Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We are opposed to his request at this time. 2022, he was denied because of lack of programs. Since 2022, he's taken anger management and pre-release phase 1 and 2, no other programs. I think there's quite a few programs he needs that would help him when he eventually does get out of jail. He has no vocational skills or programs that I can see. Looking at his criminal history, pretty much it's all theft related, all stealing something at some point in time. His disciplinary record is poor. He's had disciplinary reports pretty much every year except 2020 and 2021 since he's been incarcerated. Many years he's had multiple disciplinary reports each year. And he although he was found not guilty on a number of reports, he was still putting himself in position where he was getting reports into 2023. It's noted that his institutional record in 2022, it was noted as fair. Today, it's noted as poor. To me, that indicates he's doing a little worse than what he was doing back in 2022. So at this time, we're opposed to his request for parole.
We also have opposition to parole from the judge in the case, the sheriff, and the Attorney General's office. This case is assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so she's going to start out with the questioning.
You know, Mr. Perkins, I don't really have any questions because I'm a little bothered by the lack of programming and your disciplinary conduct. You have an opportunity to really make a difference now. You've only served 27 of a 49-year sentence. Is that correct?
I served 28.
28 of 49. Okay.
Miss Ledoux, I'm not able to take those technical classes because of the illness that I have. There's only so much that I can do.
Okay. Can you take substance abuse?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah, you could take, don't they offer thinking for a change there, Warden? Yes. Yeah, you take that. Yeah, there are things that you can take. I think that, you know, if you applied yourself and you asked for programming and you showed some initiative, I just have confidence that the warden and the staff there would make sure that you got what you felt like you needed to be prepared. Okay? If we have no other questions, I'll go ahead and vote to deny your parole based on those issues. Thank you.
And my vote also is not enough time served and I need more program. My vote's to deny.
And just to let you know, you said you would never be able to apologize to your victim. There is a class called Victim Accountability Letter Writing. And if you took that class, you could write a letter telling the victim how sorry you are of what you did. And they've got the choice to take it or not take it. But you get to actually do the apology you wanted to do. So I would recommend that one too before your next hearing. So without going on too long, the vote is to deny. I'll vote to concur with the denial due to the law enforcement opposition and the lack of programming you did involving victims in 28 years of being there. So before you come back here again, make sure you take the victim awareness classes, the victim accountability letter classes, and the substance abuse. And anything more would be extra and help you tremendously. So no guarantees, but you would be in a much better position if you took those classes and kept your disciplinary record straight. So today, this means, Mr. Perkins, that your parole's been denied at this time, and this will conclude our business with you at 2:40 p.m. Good luck to you. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 11th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis to my left, Ms. Ledoux to my right. Panel is still at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Our remote location is Raymond Laborde Correctional Center. And we're having a hearing on Mr. Walton. Mr. Walton, would you please introduce yourself, stating your full name and DOC number for the record?
I am EMMANUAL WALTON. My DOC number is 505169.
All right. I'm gonna give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm gonna read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. I'm gonna give you a chance to speak and tell us what caused you to be in jail and what you've done since then that would make us want to release you. We're gonna ask the warden to update us on your disciplinary. And then we're gonna allow public comments, opposed and and supporting. And we'll hear from the district attorney. Today, we have for parole consideration EMMANUAL WALTON, DOC number 505169, who's a fourth felony offender who was convicted of domestic abuse battery with serious bodily injury on August 2nd of 2022 and was sentenced to serve 6 years DOC in Jefferson Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 12/28/25. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date is June 29th, 27. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr.
Yes,
Walton?
sir. Yes, sir.
So tell us, what did you do to get yourself in jail there? And what have you done since then that would make us want to release you early?
Well, I had left from Houston, me and LaWanda Davis, which is my girlfriend. We left to go to Jefferson Parish to get a spot so we can be back and forth. And then I end up having to go to court in Houston, which I did not make it. So I end up staying and getting a spot and furnishing it out, still doing the things to the house. And then her birthday was on the 25th of February. It was February 25th of 2020. And the incident that I'm in jail for happened with her on February 26th of 2020. We went to the Nine Top. After we went to the Nine Top, we went to a club and everybody had drinks, me, her friend, and her friend, boyfriend. We then got into it, and then I left, went back to the house, and she stayed gone. She didn't come back until about like three something. And then when she came back, we ended up arguing some more, and I ended up putting my hands on her, which I was wrong for putting my hands on her as a man. I shouldn't have done it. I went too far, and I ended up leaving after I'd done it. And I got on the highway, went back home to Houston. Then after she left, after she got out the hospital, she came and met me. And then we went back to the residence in Lake Charles, where I was apprehended by the bounty hunters for my case in Houston, which I had bonded out again, which she had bonded me out. I bonded out again, and then once I bonded out, I went back. They expedited me back to Jefferson Parish, where I bonded out again when I answered to the charges. She bonded me out, and our daughter, Skatara Davis, was on the bond with her. And then we went back home to Houston, and I ended up having to sign for my time in Texas, which brought me back to here. And I just wanted to answer to my wrongs and my responsibilities and take full responsibilities of it when I got back to Jefferson Parish after I did what I had to do in Texas.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Warden, can you tell us, how's his behavior been since he's been with y'all?
He's been with us since September of 2022. He hasn't had any disciplinary reports. He has nothing in his jacket concerning disciplinary. He's taken several reentry programs. He completed a forklift ICB in April of this year. The only thing that I would recommend is that he get a GED. He hasn't had any literacy, ABE, or GED programming since he's been incarcerated.
We appreciate that input. Today, looking at the list, we have some people signed up in support, but I'm not sure if we can get them. Michael Bushnell is on Zoom. Is he available? No?
No, they never.
All right, but he's not available. We also had listed Linda Coleman, a stepmother, on Zoom. She's not available also. And we had Maurice and Valencia Walton, brother and sister-in-law, on Zoom, who were at work and won't be able to participate. So that takes us through the supporters. And we have Mr. Randall Meyer here from the District Attorney's Office on the opposition side of it to speak. So go ahead, Mr. Randall.
Yes, sir. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We're strongly opposed to his request for parole. He said he put his hands on his girlfriend, but the beating resulted in fractures to her face and ribs and rendered her unconscious. A little bit more than putting his hands on her. And he said as a man, he shouldn't have done it. Well, he has a history of doing it. He's got 7 arrests for domestic abuse. 6 of them involved domestic abuse, injuring a spouse. He's got 4 weapons offenses, 4 drug offenses, and 1 conviction for having sex with a minor. He did take anger management and a couple of other courses. I think he needs some additional courses dealing with domestic abuse before he is released. And I agree with the warden. I think getting a GED before he is released is something that would be beneficial to him. At this time, we're opposed to his request.
Thank you very much. This case is assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so we're going to let her go ahead and start the question.
Mr. Chair, I have no questions after reading the file, and I'll be prepared to vote at the appropriate time.
All right, Mr. Tillis, do you have any?
I have no questions.
All right, and I have no questions. So, Ms. Ledoux, go ahead.
Mr. Walton, your criminal history of violence and abuse is very concerning to me. Also, the nature of the injuries to your domestic abuse victim were very concerning. As a 4th felony offender, you know, I think there needs to be a time where you turn the curve, and you haven't done that in my mind yet. I would suggest some more programming. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote also is to deny. I think he needs some more programming and not enough time served.
All right. And I also vote to deny due to the violent nature of the crime, the 100% law enforcement opposition, and the prior criminal record involving sex crimes and domestic violence. Like my colleagues, I recommend that you take GED, victim awareness, and as many other classes as you can before you come back to the board again. So what this means is, by unanimous 3-0 vote, your parole request has been denied, and this concludes our business at the Board Correctional Center at 2:58 p.m. Warden, thank you for all the time you spent with us, and staff, we appreciate it.